back with another stream, another week gone by. We're playing another Legacy challenge today. I decided to change it up from last week, and I was firing off some Black Splash Plague Engineer Eldrazi build. Performed really well last week. We 5-2'd, but this week been kind of trying to, as best I can, trying to keep my finger on the pulse of the meta. But as everyone who has been playing Legacy in the past 2 weeks knows, the meta is just quite chaotic. A lot of just anything goes. People playing whatever they want to. So it's really hard for a lot of decks, especially a deck like Death and Taxes, to approach builds. But I have seen over the course of the past, like prelims and challenges, a little bit of like stuff rising to the top, like the usual contenders we'd expect to see. There have been a lot of Delver builds. One of the interesting things, especially about the Delver builds, is that they've all had varying degrees of success. We've seen Blue-Red, we've seen Rug, we've seen Grixis, we've seen like Death Shadow builds. God damn it. Already received toss trash about Luminar Gaspret. I've tried to talk about Death and Taxes, but also all right, this will be a quick one to fire off. But I got a DM from someone on Facebook, that just totally out of the blue, and one of their things they sent me was just like, I'm glad you also think that Luminar Gaspret's garbage. Just like some random person in the Death and Taxes Facebook group. And just like, alright, yeah. Sometimes people really get into their rabbit holes about that card. But, whatever. Anyway, trying to get me off track here. But, what was I saying? The meta, we've seen different blue Delver builds rise to the top. The control builds have been really all over the place. We've seen Grixis, we've seen, like, Callum's Esper deck. We've seen Miracles show up in varying degrees. I don't know how much Stoneblade we've seen. I haven't paid that close attention. The other thing is that, as much as I hate losing to Doomsday, it's been really frustrating seeing Doomsday pop up as a very powerful deck, just solely because Death Taxes is really, really bad against it and does not have a lot of good tech options. But Doomsday just hasn't been putting up a lot of numbers. I don't know how much of that is just people not wanting to play the deck. The deck is, like, still fairly tough. That's Oracle made piles harder. But, or that's Oracle made piles easier. But, like, some Doomsday piles are still really hard when you're trying to beat XYZ post-board hate cards and stuff. So it's possible that, like, some Doomsday, like, the good Doomsday players will keep playing, but, like, it's a really hard deck to pick up. I've seen a lot of Sneakage show. I'm sure JPA helped put that one back on the map with his challenge win last week. Yeah, in leagues, it's just been fucking anyone's game. The leagues have been, like, total nonsense for me. The challenge, I've been trying to focus on, like, prelims and challenges, because that's where a lot of, like, the more veteran players, the players that are trying to win, show up. I think it's correct to play one Flagstones. I don't think, if there's a reason to not play Flagstones, it's never going to be letting my opponent know I have Cataclysms, because I think good control players will basically always be playing around Cataclysm post-board from Death and Taxes. If the biggest reasons that I think that when Flagstones is bad is if there's a lot of, like, Blood Moons. DT obviously good against Blood Moon, but sometimes you do get got by it, with the extra planes. Back to Basics is a big one, or, like, when you're boarding in Rip versus Delver, when you're seeing a lot of Rug Delver, is one of the reasons I really didn't want it, because when you board in Rip versus Delver, your Flagstones becomes Wastelandable. Yesterday, it looks like White-Green Depths won the challenge. I think that matchup's pretty good for Death and Taxes. It's like Maverick, but worse against Death and Taxes. Death and Taxes is traditionally very good at beating Merit Lage. And especially with the addition of Skyclave Apparition, is very good at beating, like, a bunch of, like, Knight of the Reliquary bullshit. Against Maverick, post-Skyclave, you can really load up on a bunch of removal spells. I'm starting at 45 seconds, so I'll click away from the deck list for now. But yeah, Skyclave made the Maverick matchup a lot better, and by extension made a lot of the Knight of the Reliquary matchups a lot better, I think. But yeah, my deck list wasn't super interesting. It was, like, 5 cards different from the list I posted, like, the day of the banning. I put in one revoker back in the deck, swapped for the Flagstones, cut the Jailer, and put a Containment Priest and the Sword of Feast and Famine in the sideboard. Those are the only big things. Container Priest and Revoker are respecting like the Karn decks as well. I mean, Revoker's respecting like the big stompy decks a lot of the time. They'll have powerful activated abilities as well as Sneak and Show. Container Priest respects Sneak and Show as well as like helps against like elves. Is okay against Hogak, but like not really. I don't know what my opponent is playing. I think they're a Storm player. MTG Bot seems to think they're a Storm player. I don't know if keeping turn 2 Spirit Labyrinth on the draw is good enough against Storm, but if they're on like tests and we're on the draw, it's just like most of our cards aren't good enough, so might just keep this, but it seems really bad. That's Arclight Phoenix Storm? Oh, so it is. What are these? Oh, it just has like this is a weird ass list. I don't know if that's what they're playing. Yeah, I think I'm keeping this. Whatever their list is here, it's very unusual. It's like not quite. It's not really tests. There's like a main deck empty, but there are like Burning Wish. You can Burning Wish for Buried Alive. That's pretty hot. Is D&T good against Prison Challenge decks that you've been crushing with? Yeah, I think D&T is really favored against most of the Ancient Tomb Chalice decks. I would say. Urza, the Mono Blue Urza deck's a little bit rough, because that deck's really explosive, and D&T has traditionally struggled with kind of explosive. It's almost like a combo deck sometimes, and their combo starts are really scary. But yeah, most of them, like Eldrazi, Red Prison has traditionally been one of Death and Tax's best matchups. Stuff like that. Bomberman, not as good, especially with all the innovations it got. They shuffled. I would Wasteland if I had a Wasteland. Can we play around Massacre? I mean, I'm pretty free to at least attempt to play around Massacre. I'm gonna obviously cast a 2-drop on turn 2, but like we could draw like a Rashadan Port or Flagstones of Trocare or something. Would we cast a 2-drop on turn 2 of Drew Port? Maybe not. Depends on if what my opponent does. I think Port might be worse than Spirit of the Labyrinth on turn when like going into their turn 3 after they've already fired off a bunch of cantrips. Because Spirit doesn't actually do anything to interrupt their combo, really. Whereas Rashadan Port can at least disrupt their mana in some capacity. But you know what I mean. Please don't Dark Ritual bird me. I don't think we can beat that. There's a lot of spells. Oh, just playing around Thalia. Let's draw a Thalia. That's not a Thalia. Well, nothing really reasonable to do here. They have 2 cards in hand. I wonder if they're trying to set... They are currently Brainstorm locked as far as we know. Don't know why they'd play out all this stuff. Except for specifically Thalia. Hey, Team Bales, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about like if I want to try to start getting Stoneforge Mystic online to like beat Arclight Phoenixes, if that's their plan. But like if their opponent was Arclight Phoenixing me, they would have just like put the diamond back and cast like a Buried Alive in any other spell or something, right? So I think I want to Spirit of the Labyrinth and try to shut down like additional cantrips or something. All right, Instrument response to Spirit. Yeah, the 2 cards in hand and the card that they draw for turn, all of which they know, notably, would need to be spells in order for them to bird me. Actually, that's not necessarily true, because, like, Burning Wish could help. They get like Burning Wish for Buried Alive using LED. You only need one other spell. Oh, they're just passing. Sick. We do still have to be worried about just getting Storm killed. Something that's obviously on my mind still. We're kind of out of range of birds at this stage, I think. Getting to like Stoneforge and Flicker Wisp and stuff. It's a little bit awkward here. So we don't have 2/2s. We could like play another Mother of Runes, like play Mombo's Aether Vial. I could cast a GTA, but I think GTA's not even close to the card I want. I definitely want either Batterskull or Sword. So I think we're just gonna Mom Vial. Yeah, probably out of range of goblins, outside of like a nuts, like if they get enough mana to like pierce the abyss or like big ad nauseam. I'm wondering if I want to attack with this Mother of Runes. I think game 1 I do. I think I just want to damage them as much as possible. Hey, Tack Loafer, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate the support. I need some EQ or more junk in your room to block sound bouncing. Okay. You're not. Yes, you aren't a mod, I guess. Alright, let's Stoneforge. Especially, we have Spirit in play, so I think the choice is just Batterskull. It's less mana, and like, Batterskull's better against like birds or goblins. What's up, 90s MTG? Let's draw Thalia. Wasteland's pretty good. I'll accept this. I'm gonna Wasteland their black source. Their blue source don't do a lot right now because we have Spirit in play. Hey, Static, thanks for the 32-month resub. Dead Streamer, yeah, Dead Streamer back from the dead. Let's pop that. Attack like that. Wonder if I just want to like flicker out this LED. Maybe flicker out their land. Does that land do anything? 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, they are dead next turn, so I should definitely flicker out something. Probably the LED. The LED seems like the card that produces the most mana. What does the land even do for them? Like, they have to like go off with Storm this turn, which makes LED the scariest card. They just fizzled, I think. They cast a couple of cantrips and then just passed the turn several times. I think I shouldn't have attacked with one of the mobs this turn. I wasn't doing combat math, but I don't think it really mattered. Storm's typically light or completely void of any disruption in game 1s. Do you want Cage? Cage is good against birds, but bad against like the Storm stuff. So let's just pull aside the cards that are like maybe. I don't think Feast and Famine is worth it. Priest is only good against birds. We also don't know if they are on birds. Their last list was on birds, but like that's could potentially use Peacekeeper to just like dying to birds or goblins buys you time. Because we didn't see anything like out of the ordinary. It looked like a fairly normal test list. Does test play like? I have to fucking like look up what test lists normally look like. Yeah, we didn't see anything terribly out of the ordinary. Definitely want this, this, this. Don't know how scared I'm supposed to be of birds. I think it's definitely not Swords to Plowshares scared. I think I'm supposed to just cut these plows just because they have this, like, either or combo. I'd rather have stuff like Surgical Extractions anyway. Which is, like, medium to bad against Tess, but, like, good against Buried Alive. I shouldn't even say medium. It's like pretty bad against Tez. You sometimes board it in because you have like enough cards to board out that they're not really worth it, but let's start like this, I think. And then think about what other cuts there are. I'd probably just start shaving Wisps at that point. We can shave the DHA. Bring in Surgical. Maybe just this is okay. Until we figure out more about their deck. See if we see like Buried Alive and stuff. What do you if they make Goblins? Batter Skull or Die. Could potentially board in the Peacekeeper I was talking about. It's like decent against birds and good against goblins. I think I'm just going to submit, though. Surgical has a lot of targets. I mean, Surgical has a lot of, like, you can target a lot of things with it, but, like, not necessarily things that you want to be targeting, you know? Yeah, we got pretty lucky. Being on the draw against Storm decks in general is, like, pretty scary. Ooh, this sounds great. As long as they don't turn one me. Which they are wont to do. Man, I made my quesadilla here, and it's sitting... Well, at least this match is going to be finished fast so I can eat my quesadilla. I was running a little bit late, so I brought my breakfast in here with me. Every deck has legal targets for Surgical. Not wrong. Yeah, I'm never not keeping this hand in a million years. You can't Surgical LED into Echo. Yeah. Arcto, thanks for the follow. Appreciate the support. But yeah, obviously keeping this hand. I wouldn't say A+, but definitely solid A. A+ would be like also Thalia or Prelate or something. But like the addition of the Stoneforge too means that like if they have a fairly light Goblins hand, then you can Batter Skull them. Pass the turn. Pass the turn. Pass the turn. Turn 1 against Storm when you have Deafening Silence. The hand is always the scariest. Yeah, LED is a mana ability, so you can't respond to it at all. It just pops, discards your hand, and makes 3 mana instantly, and like the player continues to have priority. No! This is a kill me. Start. Oh no, it's not. Sick. This is just turn 1 Wishclaw Talisman. Alright, well, we're not dead. Yeah, it's definitely not, like, the most intuitive thing in the world. Responding to, like, mana ability and stuff has always been kind of weird. Never get why so many players boarding Deafening Silence against Doomsday. I don't know about other decks specifically, but for Death and Taxes, you really have a bad matchup, and Deafening Silence at least stops, like, Dark Ritual Doomsday starts, and Death and Taxes is just so slow, you need to, like, stop their, like, turbo starts, or you're just gonna fucking die. So this Wishclaw seems to imply that they are just normal tests, right? Are they just giving me the Wishclaw? Do they have, like, a bounce spell for this? Okay, yeah. I might just have Abrupt Decay here, which is pretty bad for me. I think I'm going to Wasteland this Taiga and play Vile. Hey, Restbull, thanks for the 2-month Prime Gaming resub. Appreciate your support. So we could play, like, Spirit here to try to deny cantripping, but, like, my opponent doesn't look like they're cantripping. Might have to cast a 2-drop? Yeah, I don't like that. But, I mean, you might be right. Assuming this is Abrupt Decay, we're not in a good spot. Man, drawing this Batter Skull sucked. I think I kind of like your reasoning, though. Wishclaw's a scary card to set. Oh, wow. No Abrupt Decay. That's great for me. So, yeah, Wishclaw and Taiga, I think, mean that they're just on, like, normal tests. I mean, the Vile doesn't likely matter, but, like, the Wasteland might matter more. You know. Wishclawing. Well, I hope I don't die. It'd be a little impressive for me to just die here flat out, right? Wishclaw go, huh? Interesting. Interesting choice. Missed a land drop, but, like, we can't really wish for anything. Probably wished for Decay. That would make sense. But I get to activate this Wishclaw for something else? But then they get to activate the Wish Claw again, I guess. We don't have a second Deafening Silence. We could wish for Mindbreak Trap. This seems like a little bit obvious at that point. Yeah, they definitely just wish for Decay, and they're going to get Decay here, try to go off next turn or something. The Chromox... yeah, they can't cast the Decay right now, obviously. They just get Decay the Deafening Silence on my end step and then try to go off, I think. So it's a matter of if I want to waste... I don't like Wasteland Stoneforge at all, because we have basically nothing versus 4 cards in hand at 3 mana. If I want to use this Wish Claw, I think I would either Wasteland grab Mindbreak Trap, or wish for Thalia and play it. But wishing for Thalia feels like a little bit weak. I feel like I'd rather like get to Sanctum Prelate, but obviously we can't wish for and cast Sanctum Prelate here. I almost just want to go get Mindbreak Trap, but is that like too suspicious? Wasteland forces another land for Decay. They can just cast the Decay right now. It's my turn right now. If I Wasteland them, they just Decay in response. Wasteland first to see if they Decay, but yeah, I mean, that depends on... Can they go off with 3 cards and 2 mana? They'd have 4 cards, so they get to draw a card for turn. But they probably could easily do that, considering I would have nothing in play. I almost want to go get Trap. They would have to like wish for like a Thoughtseize at that point, and then their Wish Claw just hasn't done anything besides eat other stuff. I don't think they're not. I don't think they're Doomsday Jacks. I started responding to you as if you were in earnest, and then I saw your name, and I was like, yeah, never mind. I'm gonna attack here, obviously. Let's go to combat. I just don't feel like Thalia is gonna do enough here, is it? Maybe I'm wrong. Hey, Magic VCF, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, I think I am just going to Trap here. I think Trap's my best single card. Yeah, here's the Decay. And Kohei1202, thanks for the follow as well. I mean, there's no reason to not play this Aether Vial. Thalia playing around Massacre might... I wouldn't be able to Thalia around Massacre, right? Because I have to play the 3rd land. I mean, I could, like, Lotus Petal my Caracas, I guess. I'm gonna cast a... They're wishing again, sure. I'm gonna wish for Thoughtseize here. And the Wish Claw has just eaten through my hate cards. And that's, like, kind of fine. Dark Ritual, sure. That's 1 spell. 2 spells. And Trapped. I don't know what they thought I wished for. Ooh, that's a pretty good one. This one just goes on 2 all the time, right? Post board, beats Decays, turns off Wish Claws, turns off Burning Wishes. We already have cantrips turned off from Spirit. Yeah, that line was a bit ambitious, I think. If your opponent activates Wish Claw and, like, doesn't do anything, just says go, like, what do you think they got against Storm? It's gotta be, like, Mindbreak Trap, right? I'm not, like, a greedy piece of shit who's just like, I'll wish for Prelate and give them back their 1-mana Demonic Tutor. We'll be fine. Alright, well, that worked out. 2 tests. Good shit. Good shit. No. Thank you for being an MTG bot, Static. Alright, well, a prelate for what? What's the prelate on 2 for, or what's prelate in the deck for? How many people are in here? 111? Oh, we're like right under 8 rounds again, I think. So it's gonna be like super tight cutoff for top 8, but only 7 rounds. Hey, SCK178, thanks for the follow. Appreciate everyone's support today. Does Oko continue to suck? Like it's placed in the middle. If you want to register Oko the Trickster, go for it, my man. Pitches the Forza Will. I'm just putting Oko sucks in my stream titles for the foreseeable future, because I just want everyone to know how much that card fucking sucked. God, I hate that card. Better than, I mean, you're not wrong. Probably rather register Oko the Trickster than Basic Planes, you know? Yeah, 111, 110 D&T players, crazy. Our opponent was like the only person in this event not on Death and Taxes. Does Arcanist get... Arcanist was like... Arcanist was obnoxious in play patterns. It was very like Hermit Druid-y. But I don't know. Oko was just so miserable to play against. Yes, but I also approve of the other 2 bans. But Oko is just will remain in my heart forever as the real piece of shit. Going to also face not D&T. Are you on the same list as me? Did you do any changes? Free Hermit Druid. I mean, when Arcanist was legal, it was like, okay, why don't we just unban Hermit Druid? Honestly. Yeah, exactly. If they had just banned Oko and be like, alright, carry on, then people would have really figured out how fucked up Arcanist was. Yeah, the Labe ban was really heads up. I didn't expect that. I honestly didn't think they were going to ban 3 cards, but I would have guessed that it was just going to be Oko Uro, Arcanist. But the Labe ban was really interesting because Uro is a very powerful card. But without Astrolabe, it's not nearly as free to play in decks. We've seen it just drastically drop off, but like the decks that can support it are like pretty good. We've seen a variety of like bug decks playing Uro and stuff, but I think a very powerful card that has fairly strict mana requirements is possibly like reasonable in Legacy. So this is a very heads up thing to just ban Astrolabe instead. And like obviously Wasteland without Astrolabe, Wasteland helps check a lot of like the Uro stuff too. Yeah, I was concerned that they were going to just kick all those to the curb, and Astrolabe was just going to continue to, like, kind of plague the format as, like, these 5-color control decks were just going to keep playing the best cards ever. I played against a blue-green Omni deck, I think, like, yesterday, maybe a couple days ago. They sideboarded, like, a bunch of creatures, and then, like, the creature plan never feels like it's good against Death and Taxes. Like, they boarded in fucking Joel Riel or whatever, the thing that makes 2/2 cats every time you draw your second card. And they boarded in fucking Shifting Ceratops, and they had Uro and stuff, and it's just like, this is so much easier to beat than if they had, like, put Show and Tell on the stack. What matchup is Peacekeeper on the board for? Stuff like Elves, various Show and Tell strategies. Yeah, the creatures are obviously for other matchups, but people just love boarding in the creature plan against just any deck, basically. They're just like, oh, we'll get them with the plan B when they board in all their shitty hate cards, and we'll get them, but just, like, people just need to fucking stop doing that. Obviously, they have their moments, but people just love transformational sideboards way too much and just board it in all the time. Anyway, Peacekeepers for stuff like Elves, Hogak, Sneak and Show, stuff like that. I don't know, fine in the mirror is the word I would use. And right away that card was like, yeah, I think like the first time I played against Oko, I was like, wow, this is horse shit. I never want to do this again. You want to play Thalia? I mean, that doesn't mean it's fine in the mirror. I think better than Thalia in the mirror is a pretty low bar. Modern Mana Traders, 8 different techs and top. Yes, I saw Spider top 8 of the Modern event with Yorion D&T. That was hot. I love Yorion Death and Taxes. I wonder if I will probably go back to playing it at some point as the meta continues to take hold. Yorion D&T was really, really powerful, but a lot of the decks are really, really straightforward and proactive right now, because that's obviously the best thing to be doing when no one knows what's going on. Is just, like, dead your opponent. Article I wrote on a while back was really cool. Thanks. Yeah, I was really I still see a lot of the same arguments about Yorion that I've seen for a million billion years, and it's just like I just like half enraged, just like wrote an article being really frustrated on like why people keep repeating the exact same talking points about it. Tom MTG, thanks for the follow. But yeah, I think a lot of people's have misconceptions about like playing 80 cards in your Death and Taxes deck and stuff. Happy no longer to be playing Yorion. Did you play? How much did you play with Yorion though? Like, yeah, companions are like horseshit or whatever, but like Yorion was really fucking sweet. Companions with the rules change with Aether Vial in your deck is just like is just really cool. Anyway, I'm gonna eat my quesadilla now. I'll continue to answer questions and whatever in chat, but I will mute myself so you guys don't have to deal with that. Do you think Lurrus would be busted if you... I think it would be very good. I think a lot of decks would probably play it, and I think the big thing is that it would be best in blue shells, and I really don't think that blue shells need that upgrade. You say you're as good if I never filed my Battle of Wits Texas deck. Dang. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't enjoy shuffling any card. Yeah, I never played Yorion in paper. Anyway. Man, this quesadilla is worth the wait. This is the shit. I love breakfast in tortillas. Like breakfast burritos, breakfast tacos, breakfast quesadilla. Just fucking put like scrambled eggs and bacon in a tortilla. Amazing. I don't remember the last time I played in paper. What is the last thing I did in paper? God, I don't even know. Had to have been in like January of 2020 or December 2019 maybe. Prepping for the Jeremy. Yeah, I don't know. Did I play in paper for that ever though? There's a Jeremy event that was supposed to like the week. It was the day after my birthday, 23rd of March, and quarantine started like a week before that. Zaku Stome 05, thanks for the follow. Appreciate the support. Yeah, because I didn't play a ton of paper, just like really busy with like a normal job, normal life stuff. So I didn't like go to like weeklies or anything really. But I went to the occasional thing that was going on. Do you play anything after being a Bomber Bam trade? That's what I'm trying to think of. I think I did something, but I don't recall. Might have been Eternal Weekend was the last time I played in paper. I don't think that's the case. Thoracle Consult. Yeah, I imagine like the first like month or so that Thassa's Oracle came out was like really nuts for that sort of stuff. Thassa's Oracle really powerful in like competitive EDH or like like other Highlanders, Australian Highlanders, stuff like that. Hey, Disposable Hero, thanks for the good luck. Appreciate it. Thorkel immediately got pointed 2 weeks after that. Yeah, that does not surprise me. That card's really good. It's a very powerful and not very interactable win condition, and a lot of things that can support putting your whole deck in your graveyard, which is surprisingly easy. Or putting your whole deck somewhere that's not, your library. The energy event, was that before Eternal Weekend? Fuck. The only thing I don't remember anything about when that was. I just remember driving in. It was just like dumping rain. It was so cold though. It was snowing. It was like dumping rain when I was like driving up north. That might have been like, was that January 2020? That might have been. It was cold as fuck. It was just like snow everywhere. Like a lot of people didn't show up because there was like so much snow. I was gonna loan Death and Taxes to Meebo, Allie Warfield, I believe, but she didn't show up. Don't remember when Ren 6 ate the ban. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Yeah, Ren 6 wasn't legal during that event. Yeah, I remember playing against Oko and getting my shit rocked by Oko. So yeah, that had to have been after Eternal Weekend, right? Is your deck all fancy? Yeah, my paper deck is all foil. Yeah, it was definitely after Eternal Weekend. You're right. Yeah, that's a good catch. People play Death and Taxes so they don't have to wait between rounds? Yeah, I mean sometimes you play against combo and they just like roll over and die, but we got plenty of time. Are you swapping foils next month? As soon as paper events like look like they're on the horizon, I'll start picking up like the foils that I'm missing. Favorite thing about Doomsday being a thing in Vintage is a lot of people occasionally getting Ancestral Snippets. Yeah, Ancestral as a kill spell is really cool. I'm absolutely gonna pick up Old Border Wisps. I have promo and taxes as my like foil, so like all of, like the promos and alternate arts and stuff I have. I will definitely get Wisp. Wisp is imprinted like 9 fucking times with the exact same border and the exact same art. And thank God it at least got a different border. Been wanting a promo Wisp for a long time. We didn't get Old Border Thalia, but Thalia has like 6 different arts because we have the classic art, the WMCQ promo I think it was, and then we have 4 different secret layer arts. Palace Jailer can make its triumphant return. Yeah, all the Old Border white cards have been spoiled for Time Spiral Remastered. I almost want to play Palace Jailer because I want to play the Old Border because it's really hot. What am I cutting for Old Border Thraben Inspector? Man, if Thraben Inspector were legacy playable, I don't know what you would need to do to Thraben Inspector to make it legacy playable. It probably just like isn't, unless you like obviously made it like super broken. It's like too slow and doesn't really do anything. Holds equipment reasonably. Yeah, they showed all the Old Border white. If you go on Scryfall, they have like a number. They can show you like number crunched things, and it's organized by like color. So they like check the collector number on each of them to see like alphabetically what cards could still be there. Stuff like that. So we know all the white cards. Yeah, the Containment Priest is nice. I would be a little bit shocked if Vile was. I guess I wouldn't actually be that, because Vile was supposed to be some sort of promo last year for paper events. That obviously didn't happen. So there's a chance that maybe it didn't get the treatment. Are there any lists with that in the sideboard? I have a Containment Priest in my sideboard right now, actually. Looks like I'd be showing the deck list instead of showing these boring standings with 9 matches still going. Look at this. Got a Containment Priest right here. Yeah, it was like a PGQ Pro. I forget what it was. It was like cool, pretty cool though. I thought about like maybe I would upgrade or side grade my vials. I have the Invention vials. Which vial art would you want in Old Border? Classic vial art probably. I think classic vial art would probably look the best. I'm not the biggest fan of Modern Masters art. Like, wait, isn't this already Old Border? No, Old Border's brown. This is like medium bordered. Because there was like a lighter gray before like the normal artifact art, I think, right? Am I crazy? I don't think it shows on Moto though, because like all my card artifacts look the same. Yeah, OG mirrored in art. Yeah, that makes that tracks. Yeah, there was a shift in grays. All right, not crazy. Some dude on Twitter has a great art of Thalia looking into a vial with her Foker on it. There's probably one of those like Japanese creators, like Red Wing or something does Thalia art, and L to me. They're both like Japanese artists that do like Thalia stuff. Yeah, Old Burr Revoker would be pretty hot. I'd be into that. It's like Mirrodin block could open Old Border. Yeah, weird. Was Mirrodin block? I don't know what the first block was that wasn't Old Border, but I have to imagine Mirrodin is pretty close to that. Not nearly old enough to know that for sure. Old Border DHA just destroy Time Spiral Remastered Limited. Yeah, unfortunate that Peacekeeper doesn't have any foils and is on the reserve list. So if I wanted to play like this, I couldn't have all foils. Yeah, TNN and Palace Jailer are already there. How much worse could the limited format be, right? Palace Jailer is such a fucked up card in limited. I can't imagine TNN is any better. Is a new mic better? Not to upset Min, but I can't tell the difference. I can't tell the difference either, but I also don't hear myself, so... I imagine Min, exclusively Min could tell that my audio is, like, just the tiniest touch better. He came in and said something during my match, I forget what it was. Something about I needed to do, like, one other thing, but I think it is better. Commission a foil of Peacekeeper. I've never done that, but I've thought about it. You just gotta get, like, approved before, you play it in events, obviously. Yeah, Min is definitely an audiophile. Yeah, exactly. I will also take his word for it. I'll just do whatever he says makes my audio better, because I don't fucking know. He could be making my audio dog shit, and I would play right into his hands. Oh yeah, this art. This is the Aether Vial, Phyrexian Revoker, Flicker Wisp, Thalia art. Yeah, I think this is either I think this is L to me or something. What does this say? Charge counter? That's funny. Yeah, it is L to me. Be warned, they do post some not... Yeah, just not safe. Some of their stuff is a little bit not safe for work. Not quite straight up porn, but like fairly explicit. Hentai. It's not. I wouldn't say hentai, but they've posted some art, I guess. Some interesting art choices. They were the one if... Yeah, it's not explicit. It's definitely not explicit, but I would say it's definitely not safe for work either. I'm fine. I follow them. I'm fine with seeing it on like my timeline and stuff. I'm just saying it is straight up not safe for like don't open the account at work or something. They were the one, if people remember, they did Death and Taxes getting... Like, they drew Death and Taxes being beat by, like, various decks. Like, Thalia holding a plow with, like, Mentor and Jace for, like, fighting miracles and stuff. They did like show and tell. The goblins one and the storm one were like pretty weird, but like some of them were like fairly tame. If you're talking on a different tab, what the fuck are you talking about? You'd probably have seen the art. A lot of people, like Death and Taxes players, have seen them at this point. Yeah, Reanimator was pretty weird. Yeah, the Goblins one was weird. The Miracles one was like pretty funny. The Rug Delver one was really funny. Nimble Mongoose is like jacked. Brown Baron Skull, that'd be pretty cool. I don't think we'll get it for the same reason we didn't get Stoneforge, just because they were both promos in 2XM. Same reason we probably didn't get Thalias is because we had Secret Layer Thalias already. Would have liked to see Recruiter or Prelate. But I have to imagine Palace Jailer is the more popular card for like EDH and stuff. That's why they pulled that trigger. Yeah, the fact... So what doesn't have a promo at this stage? Flagstones, but that's like whatever. Mom's promo, Plow's promo, Vile promos. Spirit has no promo. I don't think that's ever getting a promo. Stoneforge's promo, Thalia promo. Revoker has no promo. I could see that at some point. Be interested to see if we get like fancy cool Revoker reprint when we go back to Phyrexia. Obviously they've been hinting at Phyrexia for a while, so we're probably going back sometime soon. Well, in the next like year or two. GTA is a promo. Recruiter is missing a promo. Wisp finally got something. Prelate's missing. Skyclave like, kind of has like the full art border promos or whatever. Just want to click on a link. I think you have to close the tab and then erase your history. Yeah, Recruiter of the Guard would have been a cool one, I think, but unfortunate. I will count. Yeah, I'll definitely count it. Even if I didn't, I would just upgrade my Flicker Wisps because it's like, it's hot. Even if it doesn't qualify as promo, I use like date stamped foils as like promos for my promo and taxes justification. And Old Border is definitely more promo than date stamped. Spider Thalias in my head. Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing that one. Did you actually see birds in your opponent's list? Or were you going off? Oh no, my opponent was playing straight Tess. I clicked on their link, but I wasn't sure if they were playing birds or not. And then game 2, when they showed me Wishclaw and Taiga, I was pretty sure that they were not on birds. Worry about foiling process making Taco. Yeah, I've been concerned about that. I have picked up a couple of foils. I bought foil Skyclaves pretty early on because I didn't want them to spike. But most of the other Death and Taxes cards, I think, are just going to sit and rot. But I've been trying to help them not be Pringles, but obviously every new card is just so hard to maintain because whatever they did to the printing process is just so fucked up. Well, only one match left. Isn't this the cheater? Cuffage? Saw someone tweet about Vintage yesterday that this person was just like knowingly exploiting the bug between Oath and Grafdigger's Cage. What planes do you have in promo decks? I have the Time Spiral MPS promos. Cage bug, I don't think it's them. I thought it was. I'm gonna look this up. Someone in the comments said that they were like a known Vintage player or a known Legacy player. I forget who initially tweeted about it, but I know Justin retweeted it. Yeah, this person. You can barely see it. It's so small, but it does look like Cuffage. Yeah, Kauffj. Kauffj. Yeah, it's the same person. Set booster foil. Yeah, set booster foil has been cool. I got like the full art or extended art or whatever. Skyclaves. Having a roll on last week, yeah. At least there's no notable bugs to exploit in Legacy. Gotta finish my quesadilla in the next 45 seconds before the next round starts. Alright, we're good now. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine a lot of the foil old bars are going to be super expensive. Like Ponder and Trinity are probably going to be big money. But I'm wondering how expensive like Flicker Wisp is going to be. Ah, fuck. Into play, huh? Notorious green Cloud Boast player, huh? House of Mana, thanks for the follow. Great Bone Daddy, thanks for the follow as well. Like, can I fucking keep these? I mean, it's got all Wastelands. I probably just have to keep, like, Thalia, Apparition for, like, a Pithing Needle on Wasteland, or, like, a Elvish Reclaimer or something. Is Green Post bad for us? Yeah, Green Post is a pretty rough matchup. But at least we have Cataclysms on the board, which are, like, a decent way to not fucking die. But this is a pretty rough matchup overall, certainly. I should raise up my chair. My chair is too low. Don't even know which fucking lever it is on the sides. It's a little bit better. I feel too high now. Whatever. Yeah, the one thing I don't want to see is like turn 1 Reclaimer, because I really don't want to give them an activation. F. We'll just have to Skyclave it on turn 3. They're just going to spend turn 2 activating it and getting a Cloud Boast or something. It doesn't mean they can't play a Cloud Boast this turn. Yeah, they just Glimmer Post and they'll cycle something into a Cloud Boast. It's not a very good draw, huh? Is there a reason to not show them the Wasteland? I don't think so. It definitely would inform like their Pithing Needles, because they might try Pithing Needle Port or something instead. But if I draw a second Wasteland, we could obviously double Wasteland that turn. I think I'm just doing this. Yeah, or like Port would probably be even the bigger one. The blind you need a Wasteland every time. Yeah, probably. Because Wasteland's obviously worse for you than Port is. I'll activate here. Yeah, I think I should have played the Wasteland. Look, put away the post at least. They have less mana. Obviously, they probably need the green mana to count. Whoa. That's a choice. Interesting. Could always Wasteland the Crocus if we do want our Thalia in play, but I don't know how much I care. Kind of depends on what happens here. Oh, or we could Wasteland nothing. Do I also name Port? Jeez. Oh, they double name Wasteland. I can approve of that, playing around other Skyclave. It is certainly Needle time. I think they got most of the good cards out of their hand at this point, so I don't really think I want to redeploy Thalia. I'd just rather play Momir. Yeah, now we draw our Blasto. Fucking get their ass. Oh, it is. I mean, it's important until they just don't care about it. And I don't think they really care about it anymore. So this is going to just be crack Cloud Post. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we have to worry about Primeval Titan. I don't think there's anything we can do, though. Once we draw exactly port, I think we just suit up with, like, sort of Fire and Ice and start punching. Yeah. Wisp doesn't do anything. Wisp can eat a needle, but that does nothing. I'd rather save Wisp to, like, get, like, a Maze of Ith or a Glacial Chasm or a big Primeval Titan out of the way. Yeah, I don't think I have any good lines here besides just slam sort of Fire and Ice and go to town. Oops. Yeah, definitely just equip Skyclave Bash. I'm gonna bash with both. They have very little disruption. I just want to deal damage. Wisp Primeval Titan, yeah, great plays. But if like we have lethal or something, but we don't. 6, 7, 8, they're 3 off, and they could easily just get like grab Glimmer Posts with it too. We just have to hope that they don't have Green Source Prime Time or something. This is Once Upon a Time. That's good for me. Means they don't do anything scary this turn. They could gain like fucking 8 life with a Primeval Titan, and we don't have any like removal for it or anything. This Primeval Titan will likely just buy them a bunch of time anyway. 6, 7, 8 damage potentially, putting them to 3. Wisp not doing anything here. I'd probably rather put them to 4 and like Wisp plus hold up Batter Skull or something. Just I need as much damage output in play as possible. Stage. They're just gonna make a second Cloud Post like that. Yeah, port would definitely be the best draw. Interesting. So second Wisp is kind of nice because it allows us to use their first Wisp to just put like a flyer into play. Yeah, they could potentially also, but if, oh yeah, this is a Once Upon a Time, not like a Forest or something. So they might have just chosen this stage because they didn't have much better choices, and this could be a Cloud Post or a Green Source here. Unfortunately, we can't do anything fancy. If we had 6 mana, if we draw a card, we could actually flicker the Cloud Post pre-combat. They have to stage the Forest, and then if we draw a land, we could flicker the stage and turn it back into a stage, and they would be missing the other Green Source. That requires us to flicker pre-combat. Actually, we don't have to flicker pre-combat, because we could just flicker the Cloud Post on this stage, because the Cloud Post come back in tapped. Yeah, because there's no reason to do it post-combat. But I guess one reason is, like, do we want to put in the Batter Skull? We'd bash for 1 less if we're planning on putting in this Batter Skull. But I think I just want to not bash with the Stoneforge regardless. But no, if I play double Wisp, then I just miss out on it damage, right? Does that matter, though? Not necessarily. 6, 7. Yeah, I think it is correct to just bash with not Stoneforge. We could also double Flicker Wisp the Cloud Post out of the way instead if we wanted. That's true. Is that better? Maybe? Because then it takes them to 1, 2, 3, 4. But depends on what they copy with this stage, right? But they can't copy the... They don't have to copy the Cloud Post on this turn, right? Well, let's fire off a Wisp and see what happens. First one targets the Cloud Post. No, if we just flicker stage, it just comes back untapped and they just copy. They just copy on end step. I have to flicker the cloud post first, and then they have to decide immediately if they want the cloud post. Otherwise, they can't make it this turn. If they just float them in, it means they're planning on making a forest for their Primeval Titan. Okay, they are making a cloud post. So now we'll just flicker out the cloud post. I guess we'll flicker out this. No, I want to flicker out the... Oh. My original plan was this cloud post is going to come back into play tapped, and I'm going to flicker out this other cloud post here. But now we flicker our Wisp. It's a little bit awkward because we don't have an answer to, like... Yeah, Flicker is always the play here, definitely. So this is the one that's gone. So this one brings back their cloud post. So I want this one to resolve first. This is the one that brings back my Wisp. So this one wants to go on the stack first. Wait, did it not let me order these? Okay, well, at least they came back in the right order. And then they'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. They still could rip a green source for prime time, but I think this is the best I could do. I could flicker their forest. But then they have a lot of mana, right? 3, 6, 7, 8. That's kind of scary, too. I think I want to flicker this cloud post. Maybe I'm wrong. Could potentially have flickered the stage cloud post instead, but it comes back untapped, which I don't know if that matters. Depends on what is in his list. Maybe I should actually look at what Interplay's list has. Walking Ballista would have been scary. Glacial Chasm's the big punish if they can cast Prime Time. They just get Glacial Chasm for like a turn, and then they attack me and get 2 Glimmer Posts and gain a bajillion life. We would have to draw us... Oh, alright, there's I. So they could have crop rotation here. 3, 4, 5, 6... I mean, attack with Wisp, Skyclave. That beats Maze, which isn't in their deck. I have to imagine this is crop rotation for... I could play like a Thalia pre-combat to tax crop rotation, but I don't think that matters here because they're never activating this eye this turn. 1, 3, 4, 5. So I think I'd rather just attack. I think I'm just going to start holding back the Wisp, because the only thing they could have here to survive is... Yeah, this is my concern about not using the second Wisp like that, is that we don't... Now they get to survive more turns like this. Which is fairly bad for me. Not on 4 life. Because you get to survive an extra turn, right? Yeah, obviously casting Thalia now, especially as they sack the Caracas, but... they can pay 2 life here to survive another turn if they want. And yeah, they have the stage too. Yeah, so this is like a bunch of turns of bot time. We can't waste anything. They have double needle. I think we're gonna get Eldrazi here pretty soon. They did sack the eye. They rotated away the eye. 8 mana. This is just Green Sun for prime time. Yeah, I don't think we can beat that ever. Unless we draw... No, they can gain like 10 life here. I wonder if we could beat 10 life. We might be able to beat 10 life if we draw like a 3rd Wisp for this Chasm. I've not done the math. Yeah, we have 4 draw steps, or 4 draws. Hey Moxel, thanks for the 4-month resub. Appreciate the support. It's not a good one, huh? We can do 14 damage if they just sit there, can't we? I mean, we can't attack. And if they get an attack off, they can gain a bajillion more life. Yeah, I believe we're probably dead. I mean, they have to have draw steps, right? Because they lost their Eye of Ugin especially, so they can't just, like, kill me with Primeval Titan attacks. So I'm going to just, like, suit up a Wisp with a Batterskull and wait, but they can play the waiting game for a while here. Especially because they're untapping their Thespian stage now. Do I still gain life? I don't, right? Prevents the damage, yeah. Yeah, or just like they need to draw a big fatty. And they can play the waiting game here for a while. Well, they just don't. Alright, that's terrifying. And no, we're not drawing live to the same cards we were before because this is a Thespian stage, so they could potentially copy the Glacial Chasm at some point. I'll put the Skull in Lethalia. I was putting it on a flyer because I wanted to attack over the prime time, and if I want to block, I'm just using the Mom too, so... Tell him that Gavin said he got lucky in the conceit. I mean, we're not dead yet. They get, like, Dark Depths. But, like, we have a Crocus in play. They're just gonna get a million more Glimmer Posts, yeah. Gain a shit zillion life. But now, what? They have to cast a big spell. They cast like a ballista for 8 jillion. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not gonna count. You can go for it, opponent. 7. Oh, a meager 17 mana. Sure. Oh, they're gonna infinite Emrakul me with my Caracas. No. Wow, dunked. Wow, truly obliterated. Because I think we might have been able to kill through at 1 Emrakul attack, right? We just sack all our lands. Can we deal 22? 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, 20. No, we actually only deal 21. That's actually pretty funny. I think we only deal 21. I didn't 100% math that out, but yeah, that's, you got me, bud. Yeah, that was the unfortunate thing, is that with the Igon, they actually don't have that many, like, big hits in their deck, but, I mean, sometimes they just have it. Yeah, this matchup is, pretty rough. Would have loved to have a Feast of Famine instead of a Fire and Ice that game. I think I would have, at least. Yeah, probably. We'd be Emrakul swinging twice. Yeah, we might have, actually. Because we go over 30 with the Wisp connection. Yeah, you might be right. We'd sack the flagstones to get a basic plains to have more sack fodder. Prelate's actually okay sometimes. Against Force of Vigor or like crop rotation. Depends on what we have to cut. These Cataclysms are obviously amazing. These paths are like medium. Peacekeeper I don't think is very good against the Ballista deck. Do I want Peacekeeper to like fight off prime times? Not really. I think I want Cage explicitly for like Green Sun Zenith. Green Sun Zenith's a really scary card. What don't I want? This GT, these spirits. Plows are good. Moms are like pretty bad. Thalias are pretty medium. Thalias are better on the play, certainly. They usually only have like a 1 of Ballista, I think, but like we can't just sit there twiddling our thumbs forever, right? Mom only helps you like attack through like prime times and stuff, really. You can probably just cut like that. I really don't like pathing Elvish Reclaimer, but like answering an Elvish Reclaimer on turn 1 is really important. Hey, the British did every wrong. Thanks for the follow. Solid choice of names. The Spirit might just be good enough, yeah, because it is 3 power. Prelate is just kind of slow. It's okay against like the stuff that I was talking about before. I think actually this is a surgical matchup, right? This is like an actual surgical Cloudpost matchup. This is what I wanted to be doing. Mind break in case they double crop Green Summer Titan. Big brain plays. Janky Ho redeeming Talk Trash by Luminarch Aspirant. Well, as much as shit as I like to talk about Luminarch Aspirant, it's probably like one of the better cards I could be playing in this matchup right here. But like 1 creature 59 Wasteland seems like a good setup. Yeah, that's the plan. But yeah, the big thing about Aspirant is specifically that like the matchups where you want this sort of clock, especially a clock that doesn't involve artifacts because you don't want to get punished by like Force of Vigor or whatever, is extremely it's just like you don't see those matchups a ton at all. GTA might be better than 4th Stoneforge. What does GTA do? I mean, it's like kind of a clock, right? But so is the Stoneforge. I think I'm gonna keep this. I don't like it, but plow for turn 1 Reclaimer, Port, Thalia, Wisp. Like these are all like what am I looking for? It's like not really removal, right? Like before are you gonna get your GTA online and kill an Elvish Reclaimer? How long has it been in play by then? Yeah, I don't necessarily think that like double Flicker Wisp play was the wrong play. Because we couldn't have even used the Flicker Wisp to get around the Glacial Chasm the following turn because it's specifically crop rotation, so it would have been like 1 extra turn. And yes, we could have attacked through the Primeval Titan if we had Flicker Wisp for Glacial Chasm. But like we were playing around specifically like them casting Primeval Titan or something else on that turn. Because like turning off Primeval Titan into Glacial Chasm is a lot scarier than crop rotation into Glacial Chasm, right? Really got owned by that fucking the Thespian stage your Caracas to Infinite Emrakul you when they're like their Caracas and their eye were in the graveyard. First time I've seen a D&D player not starting with Tournament Vial. We haven't played a single Tournament Vial yet. We had a Tournament Vial potentially against... No, we had a Tournament Vial game 1 against Tess. We specifically didn't cast a Tournament Vial game 2 against Tess because we had turn 1 Deafening Silence. This is one of the times where I really want them to cast a Charming Elvish Reclaimer, because you really just want to efficiently use your mana and put them down on, like, 1-for-1 trade. Once Upon a Time is really sweet in this deck. After playing Eldrazi, I'm a big fan of Once Upon a Time. And by big fan, I mean, like, it's a really good card, but, like, it's also really fucked up. It's like playing against Doomsday, they always have dark... Yeah, that's definitely true. They could take Tabernacle off their ones and go basic Forest. That's not super intimidating. They're just gonna like be playing. Oh yeah, these draw steps are really good. What do I like? They're not developing anything here. They're playing lands that don't produce mana. Like, yeah, they have like Maze of Tabernacle to start taxing me down, but like I don't really care about either of those. Do I want to recruit or something? Do I just want to like wisp, start getting an extra damage? I could like wait and wisp my recruiter, but like, do I care about that? I could just recruiter for like more wisps anyway. I just want to start getting in damage, you know. We could just start porting this forest, but my opponent didn't cast anything. I don't think there's a lot they can do off of like another land. So it's like needles and stuff. I think I just want to start getting in a bunch of damage. Which means just wisping the Maze of Ith to attack them for 2. And start pressuring their life total. If they like play Tabernacle next turn, we can just like pay and like port down the maze and attack for 5. Kebabs, I'm not gonna try that one. Something that ends in salsa. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, if they like just play Tabernacle, try to like tax me or whatever. We get to like, we pay for both our dudes, port down the maze. I need to be a little bit cognizant of my clock. I was playing pretty slow in that game 1. Post is a scary matchup. Yeah, this is totally fine based on our hand. Snoopy Magic, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. I almost just want to like only hit them for 2 and port the forest, but 5's a lot of damage. And the Tax Collector, thanks for the follow. Appreciate all the support here. Do you port Maze or Forest? I think I'm porting Maze here. What is crop? What am I scared of a crop rotation in this stage? They can't cast crop rotation anyway right now. They need another mana producing land. I might eventually waste this Tabernacle just so I can unlock like my double port. Yeah, Thalia attacking them out of 1 mana non-creature spells here. Vlavial, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Vlavial, yeah, close enough. And if they like needle my ports to turn them off or whatever, then we still have this wasteland to fire off. Feeling pretty solid about this game. Wasting the maze is just good. Yeah, we might end up wasting the maze here to unlock our double port. I don't like it now because they can hold up crop rotation. Yeah. It's easy currently to just pay for Tabernacle and start porting maze. So if I port the maze here and attack for 5 again, I can't fire off this wasteland, but if their shields are ever down on crop rotation, I can fire it off. So I think I'm in for continuing this plan. The big issue for me is that I really don't like my clock going from 5 damage to 2 damage. Like, they still have a lot of life to work with. So depending on his next turn breaks, we can decide on what we want to wasteland, if anything. I better just put Prelude on 1. What am I putting Prelude on 1 for? I miss out on a bunch of damage. I have to pay more for my creatures in play. Prelude on 1 turns off my plow in case they have a Reclaimer. Turns off a crop rotation, which I don't think is that threatening right now. Yeah, go for it specifically last turn, where I port the forest and like wasteland the Maze of Ith, or wasteland like the Tabernacle or whatever it said. Potentially buy that as an argument. Yeah, I just don't see that putting Pearl on one really does a lot for me here. I don't know why everyone's so scared of crop rotation. Like, crop rotation is like a little bit annoying because of my wasteland, I guess, but like, what are they crop rotating for that's like beating me? They just have like 2 lands that don't tap for anything. We have a wasteland in play. Yeah, see, we've just crop rotated. We just waited out this Tabernacle. If they get Cloud Post, I think I'm just gonna snap wasteland it. Now our double port's unlocked. Oh, they're Caracasing my Thalia. Interesting. Do I want to wasteland anything here? I don't think I want to wasteland anything. They have more mana now, but we still have, yeah, 0 good waste target. I mean, there's a possibility that I want to fire off this waste on Maze of Ith while their shields are down, but I don't think I care. We have Apparition if they, like, have a Needle for Port or Wasteland here, so not the end of the world there either. Needle. Yeah, it just resolves. They have second Needle. It's kind of a punish, but then they can't name Port and Wasteland. Or we get to activate one again. Name Port. Interesting. Gonna stream. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream some Monster Hunter Rise. Alright, we probably want to wasteland this Cloud Post. We wait until my turn, though. No reason to fire it off right now. Let's just draw a Sword of Feast and Famine. And that might get punished by Force of Vigor, actually. I just kind of want to draw a land there, so I can, like, port this forest. I think I'm going to just Apparition this. Wasteland. Sophaf does. Oh, yeah, that's true. I would have to draw a land in. I would need a land into Sophaf. True. I'm like 90% sure I want to Apparition this Rishadan port just to get my ports back online this turn. Waste port, Apparition. Waste post, Apparition, Needle, play file. Yeah, I think is the play. So I'm like 100% sure I want to Apparition this Needle to get my ports back online because my ports seem really good here. I want to wasteland this Cloud Post because obviously Cloud Post is scary, and while their shields are down, I am likely double porting next turn. They're at 9. They're getting close to dead. We have 5 in play. We could put them to 4, and port again. So I could do like doing all of that. They can't really cast anything scary as of right now. Fortunately, if I like ported or wastelanded this Maze, we're still 1-off lethal next turn, so I don't really want to go for that. I think I'm just going to snipe this Cloud Post. We have a two-turn clock in play now. Any consideration for Paladin 1? I don't think so. So now we just get to port the Maze, put them to 4, and then also port the Cloud Post here. Seems fairly unbeatable. Seems fairly unbeatable, I say, as I, like, definitely am going to get beaten. I wonder if it was actually correct to port the forest over the cloud post there. 2, 3, 4. They have 6 colorless tops if they play another glimmer post. Whereas this leaves me open to, like, I have to port down this maze and then I could get Chasmed again. But I don't think Chasm ever wins because they have to sack more lands. This is Ballista for 2. That would be super bad for me, huh? So many ways for them. Yeah, that's fair. Porting the 2-man is probably better because they could have a lot of stalls. Zenith for 3. Ramanep Excavator? What's my way out now? I mean, I could just plow the Ramanep Excavator. But then I can't get any damage, and they go to 9 if I want to keep porting. They have 3 cards in hand. Carlos C, 1981, thanks for the follow. And Giovasic, thanks for the follow as well. What did you want to do this turn instead? Like port, like double port? Deal 0 double port or something? I don't know, deal 2 double port? I think I need to plow this Ramanap, which means just dealing 2, essentially. And port the Cloud Post again. That's probably fine. I'm gonna like that. Oh, right. I thought it cost 2 mana for some reason. I think I actually want to put in... I can't actually put in Thalia and not get both of my Aether Vials Force of Vigor, but I don't think I care. If they cast Force of Vigor, that's totally fine. Jace MSST, thanks for the follow. Fuck, I'm running super low on time. Do I put the Thalia in play now so that it taxes their stuff? Yes. I mean, obviously they can just Caracas it, but that's basically just like this is porting the Caracas at bare minimum. Once we get to Vial on 3, we get like Prelates for more Wisps and stuff. And, whatever. You know who you are. Thanks for the follow. Playing an EOT would have been lethal. But they know I have it in my hand, so they just don't tap the Caracas, right? This just means that, like, they could potentially leave up the Caracas and then start casting their, like, Once Upon a Times or Needles not underneath Thalia attacks. Yeah. If they didn't know I had Thalia, obviously, like, that's a much better play. I could potentially, like, have bluffed that I had a different 2 for lethal. Give me my other Vial trigger, please. I think we're just going to deal them 2 again and double port. What is this? Is this Force of Vigor? No. Sour Eggnog, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate it. This is Force of Vigor. Alright, sick. They let me take the Vial up to 3 first. So I get a 3-drop here. What am I putting this Prelate on? 1? I could Recruiter instead. Attack for 2 here, put them to 5. Double port is 1, 2, 3, 4. They still don't have anything. So yeah, I think I just want to put in the prelate on 1 to turn off crop rotation. I'm not confident that Recruiter is better. It might be. Because we can get like Flicker Wisp or something to deal with another problematic land. But this means that... Well, I guess that doesn't actually mean that. This isn't lethal because it's still 1 off lethal here. Whereas it would be just 2 off lethal the different turn. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe having a Wisp in hand is better. I'm running... my opponent's actually kind of running low on time too. Is interesting. Hey, Freak125, how's it going? Sorry if I'm a little bit distracted. Tight game. Tight match against Post. Both players are running down the clock. Yeah, the game's been really tight. I think this has got to be lethal now. With crop rotation turned off there. Couldn't they have countered Force with Caracas on the stack? I think they wanted me to take the thing up to 3 so I couldn't just put in the thought, like, they didn't want them to pay the tax for some reason. I think they should, because if they bounce, they should have, I think they should have just paid the tax, right? If they had extra mana, they should have just paid the tax, Force of Vigor then, and then bounce the Thalia. Because they didn't want to bounce my Thalia, and then with the Vilestone 2 Force, and let me just put the Thalia back in. But letting me go to 3 was, I think, a misplay. I don't know exactly what they were thinking about there. Maybe they were like also holding a crop rotation and they got by the Prelate or something. I don't know how much mana they had either. I wasn't like remembering. Maybe they had... I don't think they had to bounce the Thalia before casting Force, though. Yeah, the Thalia coming back doesn't matter as much. But it does continue to port the Caracas, potentially. Hey, Strifo, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome all Strifo viewers. We're having a stressful go into a game 3 here against Green Cloud Post. I think they didn't have the spare mana. Okay, that's fair. But I think... yeah. Oh, yeah, because they were hard casting the Force. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, they did like totally tap out to cast that Force of Vigor. Gizlo Sway, thanks for the follow as well. Appreciate all the support. But yeah, I think they should have just Caracased the Thalia, but maybe, yeah. Because then if they like find prime time, they just don't need to, and like the 6 mana, they just don't need to bounce the Thalia at that point. Am I sideboarding any differently? I don't think so. I think pathing Eldritch Reclaimer is just a fucking nightmare in this matchup. Maybe Cage gets worse on the draw, because Cage, we can't, like... I mean, I guess you can actually still Cage, Green Sun for Arbors, or not Arbors, Green Sun for Reclaimers or whatever, still. I always hated this matchup. Yeah, this matchup's really... I don't think it's very good. It's very tricky, though. Oh no, I'm getting... getting copy-pasted by chat. I think I'm just gonna hit submit. I wanted to take my time and try to think about things there in sideboarding, because we have a pretty short clock. I think I just have to snap keep, like, Apparition plus Wasteland. Really wanted, Cataclysm. I don't think you were ever a mod, man. If you were a mod, like, then I can remod you, but I don't think you were ever a mod. You definitely were. I don't know what happened. I definitely didn't intentionally unmod you, if anything. Don't turn 1 Reclaimer me. Don't do it. Don't do it. I can't beat turn 1 Reclaimer. Oh, thank God. Draw a map. All right. It's beatable. I mean, beatable is a little bit loose, but sure. I think you timed me out once for being a shit. That might have been what did it. Sorry, I'm not going to pay a lot of attention to chat right now because we're having a real stressful go with things here, obviously. I have 6 minutes on my clock. Ooh, Wasteland plus Surgical for Cloud Post is good. I think I'm going to hold up Containment Priest here. We might be able to snipe a turn 3 Cloud Post here. Oh, just casting once. Interesting. Grabs a forest. Sure. I hope they Green Sun Zenith. That'd be nice. Do I want Thalia here or Stoneforge? I think I want Thalia to make crop rotations worse. I need more damage output. I think I like Thalia a little bit more. If I play Thalia, I'm just going to fucking get Crocus for like the 3rd game in a row. Just eat shit. Yeah, I mean, I can't waste in Surgical this turn now, but I don't think I care about that. It's a potential that Stoneforge is better clock, but also, like, this is a better clock assuming that I'm going to get bent over by Force of Vigors, which they have, like, 4 post-board, which is really obnoxious, right? So potentially it's like a big mana investment that doesn't do anything. So I think I want to... When do I want to Surgical this? In their draw step? In their upkeep, I think? Not draw step, because I don't want them to be able to cast crop rotation. Yeah. The issue is crop rotation, right? But if I wasteland this, they crop rotation in response, I can still Surgical the Cloud Post out of their deck, so they can only just get a normal land after that. Which I guess kind of just has to be good enough. So that's why I want to do an upkeep, so at least this forest will be tapped, right? Hey, Uri White Cats, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. So I think the best time is upkeep. I don't want to do draw step because if they somehow don't have Caracas, they could draw. Or not, somehow don't have Crop Rot, they could draw a Crop Rot. Oh, that hand is terrifying. Yeah, see, they have Force of Vigor in hand. Do I even want to screenshot this? What is it? Forest, Glimmer Post, Force, Titan. Forest, Glimmer Post, Force, Titan. Problem is they're going to get to Titan before I can kill them. But they don't have the huge mana output, but they might be able to like beat me with, you know, a Titan. I want to draw a land. Ooh, Tabernacle's kind of annoying. Actually, not really. Because it means they don't have as much mana. We just can pay for all our stuff and hit them for 5 a couple of times, right? They still have Forest in hand. So we're actually going to be a little bit short, unless we can find something to do. Unless I'm mistaken. That was a terrible draw. You need to find, like, Wasteland. Yeah, we're going to be 1 turn. Can put in sword. We don't have enough mana to do that through the Tabernacle, too. And also, they could easily just get 2 more Glimmer Posts. I think they want, what, Glimmer Post plus I here? Crocus plus Glimmer Post, sure. So what am I continuing to pay for here? Yeah, they have Force of Vigor in hand, but they might not have the green card to pair with it. I think I just lose the Thalia. So I can put... Oh, that's a good draw. It's a super good draw. They're at a shit zillion life, though. But, I mean, we obviously have to. And hope that they miss. Stop doing things. Okay, that's kind of a thing. Oh, no, we just can Skyclave it. We actually can't without losing another thing. Or drawing a land. I kind of want to keep Containment Priest around. I don't think my equipment are ever doing anything. So I think I am just losing Stoneforge. And then, of course, we'll probably draw a land here. No, we actually didn't. Gimme. I want to equip Sophof first. Sophof doesn't do anything. They have a Force of Vigor in hand. Known information. They can just cast it, blow up whatever I try to do. Also, we can't put it in and equip any equipment because we have to pay Tabernacles for our stuff, and we only have exactly 4 mana. Stop casting spells! Stop it! Oh, are we dead? Is this I? Oh, they're just gaining life? Interesting. This is 9 mana? 10 mana? Is they like Ulamog me? Jesus, alright, they're at 8 billion life now. We probably can't beat anything that they're casting. Yeah, fuck. I mean, we could draw like another plow. Stay alive here. That ain't it. Oh no, they can also just like Crocus a bunch more of my permanents. Oh yeah, because they can protect their Ulamog, yeah. But we could have port the Crocus plus Plow next turn. They just Force of Vigor my thing. They're just attacking. Sure. I almost just want to block. But I don't think I should, because I'm still just dead to the next attack anyway, because I'll just deck. They also have Primeval Titan? Or Green Sun for prime time? Alright, yeah. Jeez, they drew very well post-surgical extraction, huh? Yeah, alright. Yeah, we'll call it here. Ugh, that was a rough one. Yeah, they had some hot draws there. That was unfortunate. I'm wondering if there was a better way to play out those early turns. Yeah, the Tabernacle was really good on their end, because we had like a bunch of stuff gummed up in the works. Yeah, grabbing the Tabernacle was really heads up, knowing that they had like enough lands to get to that Primeval Titan in time, and that the Tabernacle would just tax the shit out of me. Yeah, that matchup's pretty rough. You really just want to draw Cataclysm is like one of the only ways to win. But it's like their hand is nothing, and then they like, if you just play your Stoneforge, your turns just line up better. I don't know if that's necessarily true, because we know that they have Force of Vigor in their hand, so like the Force of Vigor just gets cast at some point. Maybe we got to like deal an extra, like, 2 damage or something. You had a bonus. Yeah, but we never get to have the equipment in play ever. Denim, thanks for the follow as well. If we ever put in Force of Vigor, like by the time we're trying to connect with equipment, one of the big reasons I didn't want to put the Stoneforge in play is because I wanted a better clock in the face of specifically Force of Vigor. By the time we would have gotten equipment online, I'm pretty sure they would have like had the ability to cast Force of Vigor on our stuff. If they don't have crop on the surgical turn, I mean, they like 100% had crop rotation on that turn. It was the thing. But there was no rig. It wasn't like getting better for me. I don't think there was not really a point where I could have played around crop rotation. I think they were just going to sit on it, never cast it until they would have just gotten to prime time anyway. Yeah, I don't think there was a better way. There's like maybe there's a chance, but I don't think so. Because like we have to answer this cloud post in play because it just accelerates them into that prime time anyway. Oh geez, next round already. I hate it when your rounds go super long because there's always a ton to discuss, but it's also like you have the briefest period of time to actually talk about it. I made the choices that I did specifically because I thought that Force of Vigor would drastically cut us off, like waste a bunch of mana, and just like blow us out in terms of trying to race them. And I'm pretty sure that was correct. I'd have to go back and like look at the match to know for certain if like Force of Vigor was available by the time we could have like gotten a sort of Feast and Famine or a Batter Skull into play or something. But I'm pretty sure they would have just immediately sniped the equipment, and then we were under Tabernacle, which means we just like never get to use the equipment after that. We had like 4 lands too, maybe, because like we had 3 for a bit. If we had 4 lands, maybe there's like a window that we could try to connect with the sword, but like around Force of Vigor, especially with access to Athalia too. But like not having 4 lands just means that like the equipment planet just takes so much time and mana. Trop Ponder, eh? Trop Ponder Shuffle. Alright. Sometimes you just gotta give it to him. Sometimes you just give them the business, and then they just miss their next land drop, and I win the game. GG easy. Come on, don't leave me hanging, opponent. I have to show chat how good I am at Magic. I hope this pauses because my opponent is raging that their Ponder missed on land, and then I wastelanded them, and they don't have another land. But we'll never know. Oh, whoa. Whoa. This is not what I expected. Alright, well, this is a game of Magic the Gathering. Did not expect Painter's Servant from Tropical Island Ponder. Well, hopefully we don't die in the next 2 turns before we get this apparition going. When it was taking the time to finish laughing. Yeah, that's the other unfortunate possibility. We're just gonna get like grindstoned and die now. I am in danger. Just don't have grindstone. Easy. Just don't even play it. Ponder, shuffle, don't find the grindstone. Power of Painters that no one's expecting it. Yeah, I mean, definitely wasn't fucking expecting it in Tropical Island Ponder. Alright, we're just gonna play our land. Everything's fine. Nothing is bad. My opponent's not gonna have... Not gonna have Grindstone. Everything's good. Everything's fine, chat. Don't worry. Everything is fine. My Tropical Island opponent played Hex Drinker like a distinguished individual and missed their lands. Wow. See, that's the good wastelands. That's the content wastelands. Can we trade opponents? Noticeably worried. No, everything's fine. I don't know what you're talking about. This Skyclave is going to resolve and not get Pyroblasted. Like, I just have to Skyclave this, right? Things aren't getting better for me by waiting. Everything is fine. Nothing is ruined. This is going to resolve. This is just going to exile this Painter Servant. Everything's good. Alright, wow. Everything is actually good. Everything's okay. This is weird. I didn't expect this. They want the illusion. Oh no! We're gonna get Days Undoing! What is happening? I swear to Christ, if we get Days Undoing, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I hate everything. I hate this game. I shouldn't concede because I actually see more cards in my opponent's deck. I fucking hate this game. Is garbage. This game is dog shit. I should not concede specifically so I can see more cards in my opponent's deck because I have no idea what they're doing. Hey, Elfo MTG, thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. There's not even anything I could have done there. It's like I can't play around end step Hull Breacher on tap Days Undoing there anyway. I did not come ready for Teamer, Breacher, Painter, Days Undoing. Yeah, this is gonna go well for me. I think I just want this to resolve, give them their 2/2, just so I can make sure that this fucking Hull Breacher dies. Yeah, go for it, opponent. You can... I'm mostly just playing for actual deck knowledge at this point because my opponent's deck is madness. Genuinely just want to see more cards my opponent has in their deck. Because we're unbelievably dead here. Sure, why not? Go for it. Painter, Hull Breacher, Days Undoing, Cloth. Yep. Deal. Resolves. You got it, bud. I wonder what the Trop is for the Clothis, clearly. I think I want Sword of Fire and Ice. It's bad against another Painter. I mean, this is going to not resolve, but... How was I not prepared for this? Yeah, this is the type of shit I run into in leagues all the time. That's the hard part of like playing a deck like Death and Taxes right now, is that sometimes you do run into just like total nonsense, and Death and Taxes is traditionally not well positioned against like complete nonsense. My opponent has done surprisingly little with the 12 cards in their hand and the 100 mana they have in play. Karn? Yeah, alright, this is what I kind of expected. Okay, now they just lattice me and the game's over. Yes, alright, cool. The obvious tier 0 deck Rogue Painter Breacher day with Clothis. Question mark? Question mark? Alright, this one's actually good. Question mark? I don't think any of these other cards are good. I mean, I think I just want, like, removal spells. Sanctipearl's good against, like, Karns and, like, what I have to imagine is, like, lightning bolts plus cantrips. Cataclysm is maybe good. Fuck if I know what's bad. Oh yeah, I definitely want removal spells because they're also like a Hull Breacher deck. So I want to be able to answer the instant speed like Hull Breacher on tap, Days Undoing sort of stuff. I traditionally don't like Sword of Fire and Ice versus Painter Servant decks because it obviously just unequips itself all the time. It's probably a cut. GG is actually pretty decent against Painter usually, especially against if you have a GG with counters on it, you can't get like your holes breached, I guess. But in general, equipment versus Karn decks has been like pretty medium, so I'm like not fond of it. We could just like go down more equipment, right? I could just do that, like 2 Stoneforge, 1 Batter Skull. Got the wrong hole. Wrong hole, elite. My hole, not hole. This probably looks okay. Maybe I want Cataclysms? I don't know. Alright. Alright, Snap Keep. Don't give the Twitter artist any more ideas. Oh no. Sounds great though. File, port, mom, interaction. Getting my holes breached sounds like it violates the terms of service. Yes. Getting your hole breached is not. I think a lot of people... What's that pirate game? Sea of Thieves or whatever? People probably stream that a lot. I imagine there's a lot of holes being breached in that game. Just Rashad Ford is the... Yes. Rashad Ford is the best 2-drop. Yes, we have a lot of cards with text. Unlike the last match, I guess. Basic Mountain. Okay, yeah, Grindstone, sure. I'm gonna lose my mind when we port this and then we get Ancient Tomb LED Painter killed. I will scream. Well, we'll lose it. Chat? Chat? Oh, thank God. Alright, we're not dead. We're not dead. They're passing the turn. Wrong kind of prophet, yeah. I'm really good at that. I'm really good at naming exactly what's about to happen that's going to fuck me up. Yeah, obviously we have to just Skyclave this Painter server. Actually, we could, like... Well, so if they have Force of Will, we still have Painter for Grindstone, which helps. But obviously I'll just Skyclave it first. I think I want to hit the Painter, not the Grindstone. Hoping to see a little piece of your soul die. I would have... it would have been a big piece of my soul. Yeah, Revoker's like randomly actually good here. If they just like cast a Karn, we can revoke it in response. Sick. And then attack it down because it's at 5. Are you winning, son? I think we are. Yeah, Karn the not-so-great creator. Wondering if I want to Wisp my Skyclave needs Grindstone. I don't think so. If we can port this, even like worst case, we can always we can Wisp like the Grindstone out in response to the painter or whatever. But I don't think they'll, with port, they'll ever have enough mana. Like this turn. If they like tap out for another like painter, I'd rather Wisp my Skyclave and eat the second painter anyway. Just tuned in. How's it going? Not super hot today. We're 1-1 and we're down a game against Rug, Painter, Hole Breacher, Days of Doing Stuff. So this is a removal spell on my Skyclave. Whoa! What? I mean, sure, I guess they're Rug. Why not just play Punishing Fire? So we're just gonna save our Mother of Runes here. I don't know what's going on, chat. My opponent's on something today. They kind of like Dak in this deck too, right? I was wondering why this mom's home. Yeah, we had to take down the Karn, right? I guess we didn't have to because it was Nate. It was like revoked. We could have just attacked them for 4 maybe, but I don't know. Planeswalkers are scary, right? And we had Wisp in hand. That's not a very good draw, huh? Tap red, right? Could have mass removal. I don't think this deck... maybe they're going to fucking Pyroclasm me. I'd rather cut them off of mana, because if I tap the red, they could just have, like, land plus Painter kill me. Whereas if they cast Pyroclasm, we just get to, like, keep a Flicker Wisp in play, and they're still on a 2-turn clock. Maybe I did Tunnel Vision on killing the Karn. Maybe it was correct to just revoke the Karn, maybe even just put it to 1 so it can't wish for a thing, but leave the Mom up, and then hold the Wisp to, like, combo with Skyclave or something. Or, like, to after we clave the Karn, we can reset the Revoker or something. Every unlosable game starts with someone ignoring Planeswalker. I mean, it's less relevant when it's dead, but I guess it also means that we don't get to hold the Flicker Wisp up on the Vial, because our Vial is still turned off. I don't know. It worked out, but I definitely didn't put as much thought into it as maybe I should have. Walrus Guy 32, thanks for the follow. God, what the... Our opponent is on something, alright. It's like they have Punishing Fire, which seems really hard to beat. We have Prelates for it. We could board in some sort of form of Graveyard Hate. It feels like they don't have, like, Welders or Engineers in this deck, though, but, like, they could. We didn't see anything new there besides the Punishing Fire. Can't imagine how they fit in Welders. You'd be fucking surprised with some of these decks. Yeah, exactly. I can't imagine how they fit in Welders, so there's an 100% chance they have Welders in their deck. But I genuinely don't think they have enough artifacts to support Welders, right? It seems like their like Painter Karn is like the big artifact stuff. Welder makes the Intuition package better. God, this is truly madness. Like, I don't really like Surgical or Rip that much, is the issue. But, like, if they have, like, a Punishing Fire start, it can be really hard to beat without, like, Prelate or Active Mom. I don't think Mindbreak Trap is what I want. We have yet to see... They haven't played, like, a single, like, Lotus Petal or LED or anything. Yeah, we haven't seen any, like, fast mana. Besides Tomb. I think this configuration is fine. I think I'm just gonna eat shit to Punishing Fires. They've cast 1 spell per turn every turn so far, yeah. I don't even know. It's just... Alright, yeah, hit submit. Maybe I just do want these Cataclysms. It's too late. But I think I probably do. As like a way to break up like long game. Am I supposed to keep this? Fucking do nothing, Dirtle Hand, Double Wasteland versus Prismatic Vistas? Hey, TuxDev, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. This hand seems fair. Are we winning, son? We're into game 3. P-Fire makes me maybe want Cat over on him. Yeah, maybe I could have, like, shaved. I definitely wanted to shave something for Cataclysms, I think. I don't know if this hand is keepable. I don't think it is. Ship, yeah. If it had, like, a plow, maybe. Alright, well, I did ask for a plow, but yeah, this hand is just a keep. I think we're shipping... Yeah, we're shipping the second Prelate. The Stoneforge isn't all that great either. I could keep both Prelates and ship the Stoneforge and just plan on, like... mull this shit? Are you talking about the 7 or the 6? I don't think I'm ever mulling the 6 on the draw. Obviously, one lane Vial not great against the Karn deck, but I don't think our 5's getting better. Yeah, this is definitely a no Karn Plus hand. We have a port, so if we find a second land too, we could try to keep him off of Karn a little bit. Just wondering if I want to put back, like, because we could get, like, Prelate on 2, Prelate on 4, something to beat P-Fire and, like, hold off Karns and stuff. And this Revoker's probably... Ship second Prelate? Yeah. It's probably correct. Do need some way to kind of close the game. This Stoneforge only finds Skull, but that's still good. Hopefully they just have, like, a Dirtle hand. Just cast your fucking Ponders or whatever. We'll draw second land. It'll be fine. We can port them. Get our Stoneforge. Go get Batterskull. Have Revoker. Everything's fine. Nothing's... Nice. I'm so good at this game, chat. Alright. They shuffled on the last Ponder. Shuffle on this one and then pass the turn. Easy. GG easy. Oh, no, they didn't shuffle. Unlucky. I think I'm just porting. I want to say at least they aren't on Chalice, but I wouldn't have passed. Alright, let's... Oh, this Mother of Runes is absolutely about to eat shit to a removal spell. Goodbye. Maybe they have sixed. Dang, unlucky. Are they not on blasts then? I don't know what they are or aren't on. I want to put down the second Vial, but I think I just have to port here because Karn is so horrendous for me. I really want to get this Prelate on potentially 4. Maybe I have to put it on 2 before Karn happens. No, we were joking about Chalice. We haven't seen Chalice. Yeah, we just have to port. If they had, like, a creature, obviously, it'd be better for me, but... No. I mean, I guess we could just plow this, so they can't fucking Days Undoing me. No land is interesting. We can't port them next turn because we're going to plow this Hull Breacher plus a Vial. I could just, you know, Revoker Karn is not a horrible idea. Revoker Karn Prelate on 2, turn off this P-Fire. And just get down my Stoneforge later. And before LED Echo, yeah, I would have fucking lost my... I know, if they played LED, I would have just snapped Revokered it, but... Could not take up the Vial. I'm kind of terrified of Karn. I guess that means we could put in Stoneforge to get Batterskull, but then we're not doing anything, because the Batterskull's not coming into play next turn anyway. It's worse if they find a Grove, right? That plan is worse if they find a Grove and they just get to P-Fire my shit down. Like, this P-Fire is, I think, the scariest card that they have access to, right? So... Karn is beating you as a Null Rod. I don't think that's necessarily true, now that we can have access to, like, 3s and stuff. Hey, Reflex2, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Just draw a land and you'll still be able to port. Yeah, that's the other plan, huh? But we have to decide whether or not we want to take up the vial before that. Yeah, I'm not sure what the line I want to do is. Maybe the other line's playing scared, but what else could they have in hand? I don't like the Stoneforge quite yet, I don't think. Stoneforge plus Pearl 2 doesn't necessarily eat shit to the Karn. How many groves can they have in their like Prismatic Vista Ponder Ancient Tomb deck? I have no idea. Why do I care about Hull Breacher? They have the Days Undoing in their deck. So I have to like probably just have to play this Hull Breacher. Nice. This worked out. It would have been nicer if it was a white source, though. I think I might have put in Battle Scroll Reported or something. Do you wait to plow in response to Days Undoing? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm playing too scared of, like, counter spells or something. Oh, fucking annihilated. Never been so heartily wrecked in my entire life. No, I have. I've definitely been Coslight returned a lot before. I think I might even wanted to play Aether Vial more than I wanted to play Phyrexian Evoker. Yeah, I don't know who hurt the opponent. They decided to bring Punishing Fire, Kozilek's Return, Rug Painter. You would double port? Well, get fucked. JK. But I wouldn't. That was sick. I almost just want to cast this Batter's Call. But probably not. Maybe next turn, when we can, like, revoke a Karn or something. Yeah, probably, this is definitely on me for being in the 1-1 bracket. Just draw a 6 lane and just port my opponent out of the game, yeah. I definitely want to just triple port them. Uh-oh. Well, we can't beat Hull Breacher. Ever. Oh, we can beat that. Oh, we beat that pretty easily. Snaring Bridge is a combo with Punishing Fire. Am I putting in this Revoker and just, like, blind naming something? I almost, like, don't want to kill this bridge, because I feel like they're just going to kill my Apparition and then Brickwall my Revoker with a 2-2. They have 5 cards in hand still. Yes, I'm gonna name Karn. I'm not gonna name Carb. But I was just thinking about specifically, like, more removal spells. Carb, the Great Creator. I mean, carbs are, like, pretty important, right? Name Misty, that's just rolling. You unfortunately cannot name non-lands. Or cannot name lands. Even if I wanted to meme. Name Karn Silver Golem. That's the real play. Carb the Great Sedator. Silver Golem will let them P-Fire my Vials. Oh yeah, we are super dead as soon as my opponent finds a Grove of the Burn Willows, huh? Maybe I just have to cast this Batter Skull at some point. If my opponent ever draws Grove of the Burn Willows, we just like never ever win. I think I need my clock in play now. Poor fetch this turn. Well, eat shit. Because I didn't. I think if I ported the fetch, they would just let it tap, though. Batterskull gets the Punishing Fires back for free. Oh, yes. I always forget about that. That is smart. And they just destroy my life. Ooh, that's a good draw. That's the same as what she did. I suppose that is true. Going for the Misty now? Probably not. Because they could easily have like 4 mana here if I port the Misty and they fit. I could make the fetch the Brainstorm Worse actually. They might have like some pretty easily dead cards here in hand. Might be worthwhile to port this Misty right now. We have a Wisp, so we're not super scared of anything right now. I wonder if Skull is supposed to be so far after opponent should be fire. I don't know. I'm usually not a fan of Sword of Fire and Ice versus Painter Servant, but it's possible that they're interactive enough that I should have like had a second equipment option or something. If I port Misty, am I Wisping Island? No, but what am I scared of if they get to 4 mana here? Like Karn, I guess. Brainstorm Finding Grove is the scary card. Yeah, but they can't cast the Punishing Fire unless I... We can still cast the Punishing Fire regardless if I Grove. I think I'm going to port their Misty. I want to make their Brainstorm worse, and if we draw like a Wasteland. The worst card for them to find for us is Punishing Fire, or I mean, is Grove of the Burn Willows, but like... A, I don't think we're ever beating Grove of the Burn Willows. B, porting this island does not let them not cast Punishing Fire, right? They still have exactly 3 mana with the Grove to start P-firing me. So they have to think about whether or not they want to fetch or not. Yeah, so we're trying to make the Brainstorm worse. Tap it and draw step? No, wouldn't they just shuffle away their good cards? Yeah, that's the big thing, is that all of our equipment line up poorly against something, right? Hey, Cafe Grut, we're kind of getting our face pounded in here, but we're doing our best. I don't think we're ever beating Grove of the Burn Willows. Yeah, that's the classic D&T motto. I don't think we're ever beating Grove of the Burn Willows. Pithing Needle. They just have to name my Aether Vials here. So I think I'm just... They might name Port. Slod 1989, thanks for the follow. If they name Vial, how much do I care? I lose out on my Flicker Wisp ability? I think they might just be naming Port here to get their mana back. Which means I kind of want the Wisp to port them for another turn at least. So I think I just let this resolve, and if they name Vial, whatever, we can cast the Wisp after. Aren't you apparitioning this? I don't really want to give them a 3-3. Maybe I am? Yeah. Maybe I am. And they have a fetch anyway. So I can still shuffle off their Brainstorm. They're one card away. So I guess Apparition it right now. Yeah, I was actually thinking about just casting the Skull instead. We're getting to the point in the game that these ports do have diminishing returns, because they just do have a bunch of mana at this stage. So maybe I just hold on to my Wisp for now, and just take this turn to cast my... Like, I hit them for 2, cast my Skull, and hold on to the Wisp for, like, tricks. Yeah. Name Vial also blocks board. I mean, kind of. Second Wisp is pretty hot. Let's attack them for 2 first. If I had this other Vial on 3, it would actually be representing lethal here. I think it was right to leave them on 3 and 2. Magic Bridge and Pit the Needle smells of Whir. Can't imagine you play Prismatic Vista and like your basic mountain and basic forest in like a Whir deck, right? Oh, but yeah, but this is also game 3, so we don't know if this Needle's main deck or not. Or that Bridge was main deck. Option to port the red so they can't take free cards back. That is true. We could potentially do that. Remember that time our opponent should be fire but forgot Grove? Yeah, we're working out pretty nice for us. My opponent registered 2 mana shocks. We could potentially flicker our Skyclave in our opponent's second main here. Eat the Needle, untap, port the red sources, attack them for 7 with Germ plus Wisp. If they tap the Tomb, we could have lethal too. You do end step. But then we can't port the red sources, right? If they tap the Tomb, we have lethal, yeah, because we have the second Wisp to kill the illusion, potentially. But now, have to imagine that they're going to get this Ensnaring Bridge. But then they still have 4 cards in hand, right? I think I just Wisp... Am I still Wisping the Skyclave? Just Wisp the Apparition. Yeah, Wisping the Apparition is the best way to beat Ensnaring Bridge, I think. And we have second Wisp. We don't necessarily win no matter what. Depends on what our opponent does with this Karn. Could have like removal spells here. BHMTG1, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. We need them to just wish for this bridge that's exiled. And then cast the bridge, and then we win. Uh-oh. They found the Grove. Things looking bad. What's this Karn doing then, though? Imagine playing your growth before your Karn. Yeah, they only ported, or they only brought back one of the P-Fires. Is Flicker was the best card in D&T? Yes, or definitely. It's probably the best card when you have Aether Vial. It'd be really bad when you don't, though. Maybe they just go for the bridge. Everything's fine. They just put an extra card in their hand, and then they're going to cast this Ensnaring Bridge. Wait. Wait, really? Oh, dang it. Thought we were going to get him. You think I'm just eating this Karn? I don't think my ports matter anymore. Hey, Side Norna. It has been a while. Yeah, I think I just have to eat this Karn here. Eat Karn, P-Fire Apparition, get a 4/4. Not necessarily, because we would have Wisp to potentially beat a 4/4, right? Happy you're like streaming more regularly. Yeah, I am also happy that I get to stream more again. Yeah, I think I need my vial for this Wisp too. Why do you want Old Border D&T cards? Because Old Border Wisp is sweet. We've gotten like 9 printings of like the exact same Wisp before. And now we finally have a new one. Odysseus41, thanks for the follow. What's the play I want to make here? The issue is that I am concerned that this bridge is getting close to locking us out. I think I need to leave both these vials on 2 and 3. Hoping for, yeah, Old Border Aether Vial will be hot. I'm happy enough with Old Border Wisp, because I have a lot of like cool promos, and Wisp has been kind of medium. What 2s am I trying to draw, though? Like, Stoneforge doesn't even do anything at this stage. Thalia's pretty bad. Other things pretty bad. Yeah, I think I do want both on 3, actually. Of course, this means we're guaranteed to draw the 2-drop. Okay, land, that's worse. So, P-Fire the Skyclave, block the Germ. We can Flicker Wisp the thing before they go to 2. They can't tap the tomb anymore. They have Bridge in hand. They're drawing to 6 cards. They're going down to 4 cards, P-Firing me. Drawing to 5 cards. They could always chump block the Germ, too, if they want to tap the tomb. Go to 4 cards. They need to empty the rest of their hand. I'm not convinced they can do that. Just trying to figure out the best way to beat these Punishing Fires, too. It's gotta be just attack with Wisp Germ here. Could just put the skull on the Wisp. Then they just P-Fire the Wisp, right? Guess that would like maybe be fine, because then we could protect. I thought about it. I might put the Battle Skull on the Wisp post-combat, but then our Wisp can never attack through the Ensnaring Bridge afterwards, too. Wisp, EOT, Wisp Apparition. Oh, maybe that was the smart play, huh? They just wouldn't play the bridge, right, with an Exiled Apparition, though? And we deal them 0 that turn? Oh, well, they are just P-Firing the Wisp anyway. Okay, well, we still have this plan in action if we want it available to us. Yeah, now I'm trying to think about if we Wisp the Wisp. I could wisp the wisp and now wisp the apparition, and then put the Batterskull on my wisp now, so it's immune to punishing fires. It's a 7/5, and they can't bridge me. I can't tap the red. The needle's on Rashad and Port. Putting the second foul at the 3 is bad. I don't think so. Largely depends. And I don't. I explained my logic. Depends on what 3s. I think we're trying to draw 3s more than trying to draw 2s. Could put the skull on the apparition. Yeah, but then how are we beating the bridge? This apparition gets chump blocked too. I guess it depends on if they block here, but we don't know. So step 1 is I think I'm definitely wisping this wisp. Step 1 is wisping wisp. Step 2 is seeing if they block. Hey, Kramer1001, thanks for the follow. Give him free information. What are you talking about? If we had, there are a bevy of 3s that we could have dropped that would have been much better. Because we already had a 3 in hand. They buy back a punching fire, sure. Wambo combo, thanks for the follow. So if we... got 4 minutes left. This game's going to end in 4 minutes. If they tap the tomb, they'll die. But I don't think they'll have to tap the tomb if this wisp comes back and we wisp the Skyclave to turn off... How many cards do they have? They have 5 currently. To turn off the bridge. I don't think Wisping Needle porting red does anything. Like, then we can't beat this bridge, right? We're not gonna be able to attack through the bridge. They can already cast their punishing fires and upkeep too. I'm just gonna tell you you're wrong. Please stop talking. 3 minutes. Got time to think. Equip Germ to Skyclave. No, because I think I want to wisp the Skyclave. But then I think they're just going to P-fire down both my wisps. No, they P-fire down a wisp. If they don't tap the tomb, they might have to tap the tomb, though. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they can draw to 6, cast the bridge, and cast a P-fire. But then... and then they don't die. But then we exile the bridge, which is big. I think I'm equipping to the wisp. Yeah, I'm watching my clock. I think that was just a very important turn to figure out. Yeah, plot twist, they untap and Painter Grindstone me. The issue is that I think they can win this turn by not playing the bridge. But if I put the thing on the Skyclave instead and wisp the wisp, I have a wisp floating. I hit them for 6, but then they can just P-fire down my wisps and then bridge me the following turn. I think we just need to draw a answer for this bridge. I think either line is bad. Like, either line isn't just winning on face up. You have Skyclave and play a Wisp floating, they can P-fire the Wisp to stop the loop. Yeah, but, like, it does the same thing of turning them off of bridge for this specific turn, but I think regardless of our options... Oh yeah, my Flickers can't attack the bridge that they can't play because I'll Skyclave the bridge. Good, smart line, smart line. Please stop suggesting bad ideas. Yeah, this is the issue, is that I think they can just P-Fire the one Wisp and stay alive for this turn. Neither of our Flicker options were able to fully survive through P-Fire plus... Yeah, we can turn these tombs off, which is nice, and eat this needle, and then, like, the port game might help us get there. I can't really play a long game versus anything. We have 2 minutes on our clock. But I know what you mean. They still have enough mana to play the bridge next turn is the issue, and we won't be able to attack. Stop talking to us. We actually might be able to attack, depending on how we port. We might be able to just pick the Batterskull back up off of the Wisp and attack for the final points of damage. I'm talking because I'm F6'd, and my opponent is doing the thinking now. My next turn is end step Skyclave this needle, assuming they don't cast this bridge. Attack them for 7. Oh dear, that gums up the works, don't it? What does that mean? Is it fine? They even plus on my Batterskull to de-equip it, right? Yeah. So they can block with their illusion now. I think we just need to draw Recruiter or Wisp, and I need to eat this Karn. Because I don't think I win if they untap with Karn. I think I just always lose. I think I just need a draw step. I can't re-equip because it'll still be a creature, even if I can activate its abilities. Don't think we're ever beating this Karn otherwise. Triple port. Maybe we are. Yeah, I'm thinking too long. I'll have like a minute and a half. We'll just draw a Recruiter and be fine. Time them out when I'm down 4 minutes on clock. That's not a very good draw, is it? Mom can get something like that. I think we're just dying to this bridge now. Force pitch force. Interesting. Wondering if you should have swung a Skyclave. Perhaps. Put them to put them to 1. Then they have 2 4/4s, and I only have this Wisp that gets P-fired down. No, that's probably bad, right? I think we just lose though. They're at 5 now, and they have like P-fire engine online. Yeah, I think that Karn really did us in. I wonder if I should have left the Karn in play. Could I have won with, like... No, because I can't take them down enough life that turn with the plus. But the issue with the Karn is that it de-equipped my Batterskull, so I couldn't deal them enough damage to, like, turn off these tombs. So the ports weren't enough anymore. P-fire down my Wisp. Sure. We have a turn to draw an answer to this Ensnaring Bridge and win now. Nope. Now they can get to the point where they can triple P-fire this apparition, and then we're dead. It's gonna be 1 turn after this, right? No, they need quad red to do that, actually. If only porting Tomb did damage, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll keep playing for my 48 seconds I have left on clock. Should I start just taking out stops? Can my opponent kill me in 2 minutes and 45 seconds? Like my opponent. Yeah, I have vials in play as the issue, so I don't know if I could... Yeah, I definitely want to always know these vials. Uh-oh. We might just get grindstoned. That's definitely how they kill me in 2 minutes, right? God, you gotta click on both of them? The worst. Yeah, I need to move my stack and whatever. Oh, they're not... You have to always know them individually? Fuck. I think my opponent's seeing the writing on the wall, and we're gonna time out to the Aether Vials. And my opponent has, like, a minute and, like, 70 seconds to just draw a Grindstone and instantly kill me. Okay, sure. I could swing now. That is true. I don't think it mattered. They block with Hull Breacher. Maybe they don't have Force Soul. Yes! We take those. Oh, we take those. Two and one. I walked away when you were dead. They timed out. We plowed they took too long. Grindstoning me the first time. We plowed it. And then they wished for the painter and tried to grindstone me again, but they didn't have enough time left on clock. Ugh. Calculated. All calculated. Big Newton, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Everyone in chat just, like, totally zoned out when we were 100% dead. Come back, we won. Timpa47, thanks for the follow as well. I think I missed Beast Swordsman and Mood Madness. I don't remember saying those. If I missed you, apologies. We were pretty focused that game. Yeah, the Days Undoing, like, my one draw step after the Days Undoing got me the Plow. Remember they put it as... Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh, put it as 70 seconds to find Grindstone and kill me. That should be easy, right? JK. I should have attacked though a couple of times, because then they have to block, and that takes them more time than it takes me to attack. Good job. Do I want a dog? Give me a moment. We were about to go into the next round because that round was so tight. So I need to take a little bit of a breather here. Everyone's showing back up in chat. Wait, we won? I too am surprised that my opponent timed out before me when I was down like 2.5 minutes. Hey, Fenris. Known infect aficionado. Oh, this hand is not great. Stoneward's pretty decent. I don't know if it's decent enough to keep a 5-land hand. Port plus Wasteland makes it a little bit better. Double Krogus definitely makes it distinctly worse. Legacy infect, what a degen. What am I mulliganing for? Mother of Runes, Swords of Plowshares, Aether Vial, Thalia. Like, Stoneforge is good. I don't think it's good enough to keep 5 lands and, like, a medium minus spell. Okay, this hand is, I think, worse. But on 6, it's got Vial and Mom and double port. Vial's a powerful tool. We need to obviously get some decent draw steps here, but I think this hand is better than the other one. Just based on, like... Honestly, just based on access to Aether Vial. Fenrir's also mulligan to 6, notably, which is a little bit better for us. Usually Stoneforge, especially on the draw, is just, like, not going to really cut it a lot of the time. Like, trying to get GTA Online to fight Infect is just really not going to... Had zoned out before you cackling from the other room. Hey, sometimes you just fucking get there. I will accept the turn 2 kill. I'm waiting for a break for snacks, but you're better at being the last one left than Honorog is, yeah. Is Honorog playing? Oh, and Sylvan's good, but it means we're not dying at least. I think I'm just gonna Thalia here. They didn't daze my Vial, and I think they would have. And I really just want to get this Thalia into play to start taxing them. This Sylvan Library is really scary. ZDMTG, thanks for the follow as well. Oh, he isn't? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess I'm the fucking round timer today. Sometimes when I'm playing a challenge and not streaming it, I'll open up Honorog stream just so I know when the next round starts.
Roll on, Lily.
Hello, Lily. Dog stream time. Blighted Agent's really bad for me, huh?
I'll leave the door open.
Okay.
Oh, you have another dog coming.
Oh no, is it the Menace? Is the Menace here?
It's dog, it's not the dog.
Yes. I think attacking with Thalia is pretty free here. Mother of Runes can check the Glistener Elf by itself, and I do want to pressure my opponent's life total. What's likely to happen is that this Sylvan Library is just going to demolish us. Because our clock is... This is a surprising block. I'm just... Wow. Is this, like, become immense? Guess I'll wait to see what they get here. Savannah. I don't think they actually have main deck white cards, right? If they do, I don't think I care about them. Problem is we're just trying to draw like exactly Skyclave or Plow, otherwise this Blighted Agent's gonna like easily eat us. So worried about to revoke in the dark test versus test turn 2. I probably would. It's either Elodie or Wishclaw, right? But you just died turn 1 instead. That be how it is sometimes. Oh, this is bad. I think we're just dead. Is having a cat named Dog funny enough to warrant the confusion? Yes, it is. It's also a reference to Good Omens, if anyone has read the book or watched the TV show. Alright, not dead yet. Straw. Skyclave. Right now, Skyclave. Hey, that's actually pretty good too. We have the port to try to check the Ink Moth. Was that land? This is Ink Moth Nexus. It's like a special secret layer version. Can hit this now while their shields are down. They have 1 mana, but we have Athalia. I think I'm going to attack with the Mom here. There's nothing to block. Big thing against Infect is that you don't want to port the Ink Moth until they attempt to animate it, because they could animate it and use a protection spell on it to counter your Rishadan port. Oh, that's unfortunate. Now we need another draw step to beat this Blighted Agent. And Skyclave. Oh, shit. Well, we're dead to anything now, so... You help him give her. Yeah, she's pretty chill right now. We'll just pretend we have Skyclave in our hand and everything's fine. Dog is here. Dog's here to help. Dog's gonna make it so that none of the 6 cards in my opponent's hand kill me. They're just gonna attack me for 1. And we're just not dead. Just gonna be 1 damage. We're just nope, not dead. Nope. All right, wow, we're actually not dead, huh? That's also bad. Let's draw a Sword of Fire and Ice. I will also accept Umezawa's Jite. Actually, I think we might still die if we had Jite. Dicks. That was not a good draw, huh? So we're just literally dead. They have 2 Blighted Agents. We can't block either of them. We can live with them to 2 here. Yeah, when I kept this hand, my plan was definitely not draw a shit pile of lands. But it's definitely a downside of keeping that hand. A lot closer than I expected after, like, turn 2 Sylvan. My opponent was just, like, not having any pump spells at any point. Maybe they'll block. Dang, unlucky. We had like Flicker Wisp here too, we could survive. Because we could potentially survive because we could like Wisp the one that gets pumped. Like Recruiter, Wisp, Sword of Fire and Ice would have ended the game, Skyclave. We had a lot of decent draw steps there. But instead I think we're gonna die. Even if I did, I think they have a protection spell at this stage. Fenrir's Cloud versus XJ Cloud. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the matchup's a bit rough for D&T, certainly. Peacekeeper's pretty good. I don't think Deafening Silence is the card I want for this matchup. I don't think Feast and Famine is either. It might be. I don't think I have that many cuts. We're already porting in 5 cards. I only see 2, like, straight up cuts. Hey, First Tribute, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. So we saw the Savannah. That means there is likely going to be plows, so the Peacekeeper isn't like just the hard block. Mom's not great. Mom's great. Mom blocks like Glistener Elves. Protects your random piddlers from like postboard plows and stuff. Maybe not great, but Mom's definitely good enough. You want early stuff to like block Glistener Elves and such as well. I almost like don't want Thalia, but that's wrong. Why are you doing this? Why are you eating my finger? Huh? Wisp's good, Recruiter's good, Stoneforge is good. Maybe Mom's not. I think we could probably go down to Caracas. Maybe you're right. And yeah, who's Mom? I kind of want Mom because the Mom like Peacekeeper lock is like pretty important. But Prelate also helps with that. We can like put Prelate on 1+ Peacekeeper. That probably ices Infect. We have 2 Prelates post board as well. Could cut like a Spirit. Spirit's decent though against like Cantrip Sylvan Library deck. Let's do that, I think, is fine. This hand's almost good, but it's not. This hand's pretty bad. I think we were just going to 5 and eating shit, huh? Peacekeeper's good, but it's not keep a 1. Like if we ripped land, this hand's good, right? We get a piece like Prelate 1 and Peacekeeper. I think we're better off winning with the I think I need to keep double white, and Wasteland's probably stronger than Port is. I'm just gonna get ranched if my opponent has like a single daze. Oh, I guess less ranched now. Because we already have the GT. But on the other hand, if this does resolve, then like this GT was just a horrible draw. Sure. I almost want to Wasteland this Tropical Island. They didn't shuffle after this Brainstorm. Wasteland Trop plus put in GTA might buy me enough time. They're already out of their Brainstorm lock, though. No, they're out of their Brainstorm lock next turn. They Brainstormed on instead, drew 1 card, so they know their top card still. They might, obviously they might have another land here. Like, they could easily just be putting in the Inkmoth to cast Blighted Agent, because if I answer the Blighted Agent, they want to be able to animate Inkmoth and go for it. Put in GTA in around Stifle. I don't think I'm respecting Stifle at all. If my Infect opponent wants to cast Stifle against me, then they got it. Okay. Could still be getting Force of Vigored as well. Or just fucking die. But without access to Invigorate, less likely. And we have to just fucking go for it. It's not getting better for us. Just return to nature, sure. I think I want to fire off Wasteland again on the Pendelhaven. Potentially get Sword online to answer the agent. Peacekeeper's good, but I think this is my window to try to sort of fire and ice them. They have Force of Vigor, it's problematic. Or land. Stop! Let me connect, you asshole. Alright, so now we just need to not die this turn. Get to Peacekeeper. I mean, this is all, like, pretty tall asks. Oh, jeez. Just fucking take 8 hours dying. Yeah, GG. Maybe it was correct to put the Peacekeeper into play instead? I didn't like how much I would have to wait with the Peacekeeper, though. With them having Sylvan in play. It was unfortunate. That match was pretty rough, and we had a mold of 5 there. Did our best. But yeah, if they hadn't played Sylvan, if they had like done Trop and like something else, I might have gone for the Peacekeeper line instead. But the Peacekeeper line takes so much time, while my opponent has a Sylvan in play to sculpt. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Without like a Violent play or more lands, that we have to waste a bunch of time paying for Peacekeeper every turn. We have the Recruiter, so we can eventually like recruit Prelate, put Prelate in play on 1, try to like form the Hardlock, which is kind of the goal of Peacekeeper in a lot of matchups. But yeah, without Vile or having a bunch more lands, I think just playing the Peacekeeper there is playing not to lose. I think making them have the Force of Vigor there in addition to like the Return to Nature the previous turn is the more winning line, because if we get the Sword online, it helps, it like kickstarts a draw engine where we get to draw a couple more cards, find a Vial or find more lands, so that we can do the Peacekeeper thing down the line if we need to. Just kind of talking through my thought process there, because it can be really easy to just like watch that game and be like, why didn't we just fucking play the Peacekeeper instead of equipping Sword of Fire and Ice and dying to Force of Vigor? But yeah, some really unfortunate, not super great matchups today is the thing, and that is something that some concerns that I had echoed previously when I was testing Death and Taxes, is that sometimes you just run into like random stuff. Like we've like played like a league today. If you want to like try to play towards the challenge meta as close to like the meta as you can actually get, because obviously there's a lot of nonsense still as in this like new fledgling format, but like it was. Round 1 was, it was Tess into Green Cloud Post, into like Rug, Painter, Hull Breacher, Days Undoing, whatever, into Infect. Like, this is very much like a league. Which is not great for Death and Taxes. Generally speaking, the issues I've had with Death and Taxes right now is that you can't win, like, you can't consistently fire off wins against a bunch of random nonsense to get to like the top 8 of a challenge per se, unless you're like hitting your like good like challenge matchups. Like if we had played against like Delver and stuff, I think Duntags kicks the shit out of like all the Delver variants right now, and I think Delver is something you expect to see a lot at the high tables, but you gotta get there first. Maybe turn we played the GTA, could have flickered Wasteland o'clock. Did we draw the Wasteland that turn? Yeah, because we equipped GTA and then we ended up Wastelanding anyway. Hey, Nathan, thanks for the follow. Appreciate the support. Yeah, we got Sphinx Cat here. The reason people tune into the stream, really. Turn we played the GTA, could have flickered Wasteland and got clock. The GTA was good to get down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my plan was basically like, especially because we drew the Wasteland too, is just like we have so many openings to keep jamming these equipment and forcing them to answer them. It's a possibility that maybe because we drew the second Wasteland, we wanted to like wait a turn, just like Wasteland the green source, but that doesn't play around Force of Vigor, which is the card I was more concerned about playing around. Like, the Return to Nature kind of got us, because it wasn't playing around like actual naturalizes as much as I was playing around Force. Fire alarm in the mental hospital building come in just went off. Oh boy. That does not sound the most thrilling thing in the world. A food break. Yeah, we got plenty of time now. Fenris really kicked the shit out of us. That does sound like a nightmare, Nathan. Hello, kitty. Can you guys hear her purr if I bring her closer to the mic? She purrs so loud. She's softer purr than Cat is. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Barely. Yeah, when I bring her right up to the mic. She doesn't want to. She's resisting. I don't know why she always does this. She doesn't like sit up. It's only when I'm sitting like at my desk she's like perched on my shoulder like a bird. She's a weirdo. Oh yeah, I saw that stuff with your cat. That's very sad. I've been going through a lot, huh? So much time to kill that. Wow, Tomato 4-0 again. Jeez. He top-aided last Sunday, right? Ant crushing it. JPA also 4-0, yeah. To the surprise of, like, literally 0 people. Dan's cracked, yeah. Dan's real good. Top-aided that Eternal weekend, right? He was in the same top-8 as you, right, Lunal? Yeah. Dude's real good, that's for sure. Wonder Pro here, 3-1 too. Yeah. Don't want to play against Doomsday, certainly, but I'm happier playing against Ant or Sneak. Definitely. Yoshiwada 3-1. Yoshiwada's he's one of the D&T players, right? Or am I getting them mixed up with someone else? There are 2, like, Japanese D&T players that I see a lot. Or is Yoshiwada the Storm Doomsday player? It's a different one that has that name. I get all the moto names of some of the Japanese players mixed up. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Yeah, we're 2-2 currently. Not the most successful start in the world. This is where we started when we played Eldrazi too, right? We one lost, I think, in this exact same fashion. We might have one lost one, though. Yeah, I think we took 2 losses in a row to Doomsday and then Sneak. So we're actually doing slightly better. We made it to 2-1, which we did not do with Eldrazi. Wambo beat what is probably Dredge. Mafa's Van Gogh, I think it's a Dredge player. What was my round 1 opponent's name? I've been seeing a lot of like the test players not perform very well. I wonder if that's like the meta or it's just like they're still like testing what test wants to look like in this new world or something. But like Viverus and Bryant both haven't been doing like the most exciting in a lot of these events. Viverus a 2-1 before the round. Yeah, I mean 2-2's like not bad. It's just not like 4-0 good. But just I've been like Bryant like I was 0-2 dropped from like the prelim I've been in. Tor, yeah, that was my round 1. How are they doing? They're 2-2. I think all the test players are 2-2. Well, all 3 of them that I know. They played the Epic Storm, not the Epic Storm. Probably it. Oh, you played against... Oh, you just played against Viv. Did you beat them? Yeah, because you're... Did you beat them? Yeah, there you are. 3-1. What was your loss, Luno? Moo just playing Ant? Yep, give me the water. Get away. Get away. My water. Oh, round 1 lost to Ant? Oof, rough. It's a rough point to lose, definitely. Respected days in Port over casting Thalia. What? Like, pre-board? Like, game 1, you just didn't cast Thalia on turn 2? Thinking that they could be like Delver or something? Then you got stormed. Start calling Ant the Mundane Storm. Yeah, that's reasonable, depending on the context of the game, obviously. And like the cards in your hand. If you're like Creature Light, you could very easily not want to play Thalia on turn 2 into like UC Ponder or whatever. I think I would assume UC Ponder is combo more often than Delver, though. If it was like Island Ponder, then Volcanic Ponder, definitely would assume Delver. Or if it's like just fetch go. Blue fetch go. Well, that doesn't tell me less likely to be Delver, though. I don't know. Definitely a thing that you just kind of decide inside the game, right? You'd wasted UC and they played Island. Does that mean combo at that point? How many Grixis Delver players are on basic Island? I've seen some, but I don't think I'd see a lot. I think I would assume Doomsday or something at that stage. But if it's Doomsday, I'd probably just jam Thalia because you can't sit around and wait. I mean, obviously, after you come in and tell me you died to Ant, it's a lot easier than to make that decision than like in the moment. And there's a lot of context based on your hand. Is like, oh, if this is Delver and they daze my Thalia, can I win? Do I have like no spells left after that? But like if you have like stuff to do afterwards, then it's like, okay, maybe I can just afford to play into days anyway, and I think this is a combo deck. I was afraid to pull up the... We had 2 like straight like grueling rounds in a row, so I was afraid that I can like hang out on the deck list between rounds and stuff. My hand was just set up to play. Yeah, if you have like... Yeah, I think you can only look at the replay after the event is over or something. Lily's here to hang out. Oh, your claws are long, kitty. You need to cut those. Yeah, maybe post it in the group chat afterwards and don't tell them that it's Ant and see what assumptions they draw. Can we take a look at the standings? I hate you. Unless you're serious, I will actually show you the standings, but I assume you're just memeing because I just switched over from the standings to talking about the deck list. But yeah, I felt okay on Death and Taxes. I've been liking it more than random Chalice decks. I think the meta is stabilizing at a point that I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the Chalice decks because of their Delver matchup and their Sneak matchup. Oh, you did literally just join. You want to see the standings? Okay. I was literally just talking about how like we played round 2 and 3 were like super long, and I didn't have a chance to like just sit on the deck list and talk about it. But then I was just sitting on the standings, and I was just like, oh, I could just be looking at the deck list. But yeah, if you actually want to see the standings, JPA and D'Amato are 4-0. Fucking crushing it. Basuda might be 4-0. I really like Basuda's red aggro stompy list. It's pretty fun. Problem is I really didn't like how well positioned it was against the cards Lightning Bolt and Show and Tell. Not in the same deck, but you know. I wonder what Ozzy's playing. This is a solid name. This is a good Moto username, Duck Duck Mongoose. Only if you're playing Rug Delver though. Combos with results. Yeah, I mean, powerful combo strategies are definitely what you want to be. Like proactive kill you strategies are really good as like people futz around with like what they want to be putting in their deck. Yeah, that was my read on it. I've been seeing a lot of combo and Delver rising to the top. We got by Fenris. Lackey. One of the big reasons I started like trying D&T again over like these like proactive chalice strategies was specifically because I think the top of the metagame starts leveling out as combo decks that D&T is decent against, decent to good against, and Delver, and I think D&T eats Delver alive. The problem with D&T is that sometimes you play like some nonsense in the early to mid rounds, and you can't really get to these like the top tables here. But I think the Ant matchup's always been like pretty tight. Playing against Amon would probably be pretty scary because good Ant players are always horrifying to play against. JP is a monster, but I think most other Sneak and Show players, D&T's definitely favored. And then D&T obviously eats all the Delver players alive. I've beaten Tess and Doomsday so far. Highly skilled today. You lost to Antha. You lost to arguably the best of those three matchups. Yeah, Shadow good at fighting a lot of the combos. Thoughtseize when Thoughtseize Force of Will is good. I don't know how Shadow fares in like Delver or Mirrors. I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. So like, if you don't like your Delver matchup with Shadow, then maybe it's not as exciting because I think there are a lot of like aggressive Delver decks, like blue red and stuff might not be the best because they can actually just burn you out. But yeah, I think overall Shadow would probably be a good deck to play right now. The reason I was messing with a bunch of Stompy Shells is I mostly wanted... Yeah, that's what my intuition would be. That Shadow was would have a tough time against blue-red. But yeah. The reason I was messing around with Stompy Shells is because I saw like a bunch of decks that were like pretty weak to Chalice kind of rising to the top with a bunch of different combos and Delver decks and stuff. But I found that even like the best Chalice decks against like Bolt is pretty like... It's definitely a tight Delver matchup. Like, with Eldrazi and stuff, it's the Delver matchup's still pretty close, especially the aggressive ones that can just race you. And, like, if they, like, find two Wastelands, you just get super far behind. And your Sneak and Show matchup has just felt always miserable, as most of, like, the zombie decks. Sneak and Show is always kind of been the go-to as, like, the combo deck that can beat Chalice of the Void and stuff, right? So Sneak and Show has been a factor of me like not wanting to play the Chalice decks because the matchup with almost any of the Chalice decks has felt really bad against Sneak. I've been seeing a lot of that deck, Sneak or Omni or whatever. So I kind of want to just like go back to my roots, jam Death and Taxes, play what I'm comfortable with. But you kind of have to hope to dodge some of the nonsense, like hitting post round 2 is exactly what we didn't want, right? Shadowing 8 bolt-proof threats seems good in the Delver matchup. Yeah, but they don't really have a bolt-proof face is the issue, right? Like, when if your Shadow is bolt-proof, you're in danger of dying. Yeah, Maverick got a top 8 yesterday. It did not. I thought it had 2 in top 8 and one from 1, but Volrath had mislabeled. It was Green White Depths that actually won the event, but yeah, Maverick made top 8. I did 0 damage to my shadow opponent. They put themselves in their top deck Sling Gang. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you can just like, jeez, don't know what that was. Sometimes you can just like cheese your opponent out with like 3 points of damage in the air, like a Violent, a Flicker Wisp or whatever. Flicker out their blocker, attack for like 5, and just like kill them. I almost wonder if this deck wants a sideboard Mirren Crusader. Seems very medium. But I've seen a lot of like bug decks and stuff. Even like Grixis. Generally, Grixis control leans harder on like fatal pushes than lightning bolts. But I really don't want to main deck a Mirren Crusader in the Delver plus combo meta, you know? Yeah. That's a skill I was talking. My brother picked up Grixis Death Shadow in Modern, like back in the day when Grixis Death Shadow got big, and a big adjustment that I kept telling him about was like there's a resource axis that you never really have to think about except when you're a Shadow player, which is like actually managing your life total in various matchups. Whereas most decks really don't have to consider that as much. Four matches left. Julian's 2-2. Lynn's 2-2. Oof. A lot of good players in the 2-2 bracket, huh? I mean, just a lot of good players always playing these challenges. Hit 2 recognizable people already, right? Fenris and Into Play. People that I would say are probably the best green post player and the best infect player that I know. Could never go back to Serum Visions over Brainstorm, yeah. I had a friend that played a bunch of Legacy and he went to Modern, and he always described Serum Visions as preordained with Suspend 1. That card gets a lot worse. Yeah, Yoshiwada 3-1. Who's the other? I'm gonna look up like Death and Taxes results, because there's one other Death and Taxes player that I vaguely recall. Shiramuni, that's the other one. I always see Yoshiwada and Shiramuni are the 2 Death and Taxes players that keep putting up results. Yeah, Shiramuni's a little bit newer. What is this? They used to play like white-black taxes? Yeah, for a while they were on white-black taxes. That's like 2019 results, though. Yeah, JPA 4-0 once again. Sky is blue, nature is healing, etc., etc. Yeah, they top 8 last week's challenge, I believe. The Sunday challenge that had 2 D&T players? Is it this one? Yeah, Isolated System and Sure when he top 8'd that one. And Yoshiwada always I see in like challenges and prelims and stuff. And they're currently 3-1. JPA is terrifying when he's playing at Sneak and Show. I remember when he like switched to like playing like Rugged Elver and stuff. I never played against him when he's not on Sneak and Show though. Oh, is Isolated System in here too? Or are you talking about you playing against Yoshiwada next round? I don't know who Isolated System is. Yeah, they're popped up fairly recently, actually. Talking about Yoshiwada. What do Yoshiwada's lists look like lately? Yoshiwara, yeah, Yoshiwara has a published list from post Oko. What does your list look like? It's just Spirit or Evoker, swap, shave a Wisp for a Jailer, and play a Factory. A lot heavier on combo hate, which might actually be reasonable. A Disenchants. Beat him multiple times on Elves when he was on Rug. Killed a little bit of the JPA lore for me. Yeah, it's like, trying to think of a good example. But, like, once you take away the weapon, like, the hero doesn't have his power anymore. Sneak and Show is the weapon that he wields. It is correct to go up more on, like, anti-combo cards. What does my sideboard have? It has this Peacekeeper. I actually do really like Peacekeeper because it's, like, surprisingly good against, like, the Sneak and Show decks as well as, like, the weird creature strategies that D&T can struggle with, like Gak or Elves or Infect. Maybe I just like the card too much, though. I'm not 100% sure on that. It was definitely better when Yoran was in the deck, but I found it still pretty reasonable to play. Not on a Prelate in the sideboard, which might be reasonable now. Second Prelate in the sideboard is a bit of a nod towards Doomsday, and I've decided that I think the Doomsday matchup is just pretty unwinnable, and I'd better off doing other things. Yeah, exactly. The big thing about Peacekeeper is that you can establish the hard lock against a lot of decks. Like, Peacekeeper plus Prelate on 2 can, like, just ice Elves or Gak. So, yeah, unless you're Newton with Cabalpe, then I just never beat Newton. I will pay for my sins for the rest of time, because I beat the shit out of Newton constantly when I was playing Zerta and he was on Elves. Yeah, you need to answer any altars in play, but if you can, like, get the Prelate down, it means that they can't put an altar into play anyway. Yeah, but yeah, I'll pay for my sins eternally by never ever beating Newton again. Beat the shit out of him with Zerta one too many times. Audio? Is there audio issues? Seems fine to me. Question mark? Everyone good? Alright. Everyone's good. Luna's crazy. Bomberman Cloud coming back? Maybe. I haven't tried it out. I haven't been super keen on it, because I think Bomberman would definitely take some adjustments to play right now. Too many Plague Engineers to really like the Mentor plan. So you could play, like, even Bomberman with Garuda, and you could, like, slot out Mentors for, like, Thought-Knot Seers or whatever and go from there. But the Delver matchup was always a little bit dicey with Bomberman. So I'm not sure exactly how you'd futz around with that. The Sneak and Show matchup was never that good either. It's a little bit better than the Omni matchup, because you could always play Containment Priests in the sideboard. I can't imagine the Doomsday matchup is very good for Bomberman, though. I'm not sure what I'd want to give up, yeah. I think it might be correct to play more combo hate, though, just based on how much fucking combo there is. It's really felt like there's a lot of combo in Delver, and there's just, like, a smattering of random control decks you can't really predict. Yeah, I've really liked Sophoff as just, like, a decent card versus combo and a good card versus the random, like, Baleful Strix decks and stuff. I don't like unbanning the companions, because I don't think it ever does anything good. Because I think the best thing Luris does is gets played in blue decks, and we've all seen what happens whenever we give a blue deck a new toy. And then Zerta, I think, only does bad things for the format. It's either stone cold unplayable, or, like, it doesn't give a shit about the tax, because it's just a big mana deck. And still just, like, beats the shit out of people and forces everyone to, like, play null rods and stuff. Yeah, I would think I'd rather just let the companions continue to sit on the bench. Just because I'd rather not see them. Yeah, if we could ban Lurrus as companion, I'd be all for it, because then we could play Lurrus in main decks, and that would be sweet. Just to Toronto Lurrus' companion to not exist, and then unban it. I'd be fine with that. But yeah, I don't trust Lurrus or Zerta coming off the ban list. I think there is very little upside. At least as the format is right now, too. The format's already, like, still kind of waffling, doing whatever. If we solidify on a place that's just like, oh, like, we're playing Plague Engineer and 60% of your decks or whatever. And like, okay, well, if we unban Lurrus, then the blue decks get to decide on whether or not they want to, like, play Plague Engineer, or, like, some of them want to play Lurrus or whatever. Stuff like that could be interesting deck-building decisions, but I don't like the idea of giving blue powerful toys, because they always break them. Lurrus locking with Hope of Girapur is a fair strategy. That was pretty hot when that was a thing. Lurrus did cool things in a lot of decks, and the problem is that the cool things that it did were just way less relevant than it just being abused in just, like, blue shells. That's always the problem, right? Is that, like, sometimes a card does a cool thing, but the best thing it's ever going to do in Legacy is just break a blue shell again. Yeah, Delver playing Meddling Mage and, like, fucking Lavinias. That Jeskai Delver deck was nonsense. Yeah, I would expect Plague Engineer to stick around for a long time. I think it also might need to stick around for a long time unless they do something about, like, the tribal decks, too. Like, Allosaurus Rider is really fucked up against a lot of the blue decks. All of them, like, need Plague Engineer to beat elves. Allosaurus Rider? Allosaurus Shepherd, whatever. Neoform. Yeah, I mean, that didn't Neoform play both Allosaurus things? Because it also makes your Neoform uncounterable. I think I remember Final Nub's Legacy list or whatever. That was just like, it was like 3 main deck Xantid Swarms and 4 main deck Allosaurus Shepherds or whatever. I don't respect elves enough to remember their names. Allosaurus whatever. My D&T bonus calculator average my Lotus Metal, so I'm prepared to tweet. I've done that sometimes. It's not great. But it has been, like, relevant sometimes, specifically because Storm plays out their artifacts to play around Thalia often, so you can actually exile mana. I almost CJ'd a Chromox today. As long as you were Thassa's Oracle Street, oh, thank God. As if I could forget Thassa's Oracle. As much as I would like to. My plan is just to pretend it doesn't exist now. Got 1 match left. I want to know the only match that I've seen that I was waiting for. I want to see if Basuda gets to 4-0. I like his deck. All these powerful anti-combo cards. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, good options. My problem is that none of them do anything to Doomsday. Doomsday seems hard to interact with for a lot of decks. I'm reserving judgment until we see, like, the deck, like, play out more. I want to see, like, if like how good other decks are at interacting with it. Like what if Doomsday is like super hard to interact with and really good. The problem is that like Doomsday's like natural predator is Delver, and Delver is like the deck that people love to play. I just like wish that it was a little bit easier to interact with other decks, you know. They put goblins you have no idea. You put how many goblins? You've probably put more goblins into play in your life than I have. Yeah. Oh, Basuda did win. Nice. I imagine you probably don't want the Basuda matchup, D'Amato. If he's on his, like, Red Prison Chalice 3-ball mono Rabble Masters deck. Oh, the cheater guy's 3-1. Swell. I'm always afraid of the Chalice players. Hey, I didn't register Chalices this week. You're welcome. Just looking out for you, bud. All right. Do we revisit Chalice for Doomsday? I think Chalice is not a card I would want against Doomsday. It's just a 2-mana. It's like a 2-mana better Deafening Silence, but it's just the big thing is it's 2 mana, which is not interesting. Oh, Lily's here. Can we lock you in for 17th place yet? I would need to win 3 more matches. But yeah, I got 18th last time, so we'll end up 5-2 in 17th place for sure. Yeah, exactly. Chalice is just okay versus Doomsday, and I don't think a just okay card at 2 mana is good enough, because Deafening Silence already is, like, just okay. I would like to win some die rolls today. Hey, quit that. I swear, she only starts knocking shit around as soon as the matches start. You punk ass bitch. Joshin Grung clocks Doomsday best ways to kill them, not interact with them. I think I'm keeping this. Yeah, I mean, at 2-2, I never expect a top 8 at this stage. Oh dear. Hopefully this is... Okay, this is Shadow, not Doomsday. Thank Christ. Kind of want to wasteland this Underground Sea. Is that wrong? Against Cycle Street Wraith, Underground Sea, Delver. They did actually lead with the UC before they cycled 2 Wraiths. Don't waste, do waste. People are too scared of wastelanding against turn 1 Delver of Secrets. That's definitely true. I think I'm going to do it. I think I like it within the context of this hand. Yeah, I have a ton of mana. Didn't flip means they probably found a land. Thought sees me. That's just unfortunate. Take the plow, but without the Delver flipping, we're taking a lot less damage too. We can get to like mom into stuff. Aggressive Brainstorm. I guess their plan is to just punch me in the face after taking the plow. Like try to daze my Flicker Wisp or something. Thoughtseize again. Fatal push, sure. Let's draw a 2-drop. Oh, nice. I'll take that. Just wasted. Yeah, you keep wastelanding your turn 1 Delver players and it just works out excellently. I wasteland them and then I just like fucking get owned. We drew the second plow though, which was pretty nuts. Oh, it's less nuts. Taking 3 to see if they played Shadow. Don't like letting them find permission. Knowing they had the Brainstorm in hand, right? Was my concern about like thinking about whether or not I wanted to wait on it. What's the best way to beat this Angler? Can't Skyclave it. We could just recruit a Mom. And then Mom plus Whisper, Mom plus Sword the following turn. We just Wisp, do nothing. I think the play's Recruiter. Recruiter Stoneforge maybe, but Stoneforge is really awkward mana-wise. Three cards in hand. I think this gets dazed. Yeah. What are we trying to draw here? Third plow. Mother of Runes. Is this Shadow time? We're on 2 plows, so it's probably pretty easy to jam shadows more. It's a lot harder for us to punish. Sanctum Prelate's interesting. Yeah, Devout Lightcaster's good against... I played Devout Lightcasters in Modern back in the day. Problem is how I'm going to beat this Gurmag. If I just Prelate on 1. Can you beat Gurmag if I Prelate on 1? Yeah, we could draw, like, Mother of Runes. Not quite Batter Skull. Might just have to, like, double block it. And the Prelate helps us double block, right? Because it prevents us from being blown up by removal. Unless it's Dismember. Never beating Dismember. I think Prelate on 1 is the best play available to me right here. Yeah, or Snuff Out if they have it. They're usually not Dismembers or Snuff Outs or some combination of them. They just have Force, sure. No, we just need to draw Mother of Runes, I guess. Draws have not been super exciting. They'll just shock themselves and we'll kill them with the Sword of Fire. Nice, easy. I think I just said go here, go to 1, hope they have nothing, put a Sword on a Wisp, and trade. Assuming they have nothing in their 2-card hand.
Hello.
This is what I wanted. I wanted them to cast a Daze on this. Please no kill. Was that a dinosaur costume? No. That's the big blanket sweatshirt thing.
What?
They were asking about your outfit.
Oh. It's a very big sweatshirt thing.
Yes. That was a good top deck, huh? I think... If I plow before attacking, I activate Fatal Push. If I plow after attacking, I die to Force Blue card or Force of Negation. I could just pass. Does that do anything for me? My gut feeling was Fatal Push, yeah. I really don't like giving them more time. I really like connecting with this is the thing, but maybe you guys are right. Maybe Sango is the best play. If they find a fetch, they might aggressively try to kill the Wisp and kill me, and then we just... I mean, I guess that doesn't really do anything, though, right? Just forces them to use an activator, which is just, like, a fetch land. And then we still just, like, miss out on 7 damage and drawing a card. Like, what am I waiting? What happens by me waiting? They force your swords dead anyway. No, because we just block. If I... I feel like they have more outs than me. I don't know if I like waiting. Yeah. Like, what am I waiting for them to do? If they have the push, their activators aren't going to cost them anything. The question is if I want... I think... Yeah, the issue is if I want to, like, put them to 2 and draw a card before I plow this Gurmag Angler. Could potentially die to exactly Force Blue card or Force of Negation. Yeah, maybe they have Force of Negation. Maybe they have neither. Maybe they just have garbage. Let's see if they just have Fatal Push. Oh, nice. They just have nothing. They could have Brazen Borrower here and we just die. Well, we're just dying to that regardless. Because they just attack me with 2 creatures and I die. Sick! That's what happens when we don't wait. Sometimes they just don't have anything. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't like playing scared there, I don't think. I don't think it's getting better for me by just, like, waiting. What am I waiting for? Waiting for, like, a safer... Like, waiting to, like, draw a creature so I can attack first and then plow, and if they, like, counter the plow, then I still have a creature to, like, chump block the Gurmag with or something? I don't know. Maybe you want this Prelate. This Broker sucks. Shave on 1s, because we're expecting Plague Engineers, Liliana, The Last Hopes, stuff like that. Shave on 1 toughness creatures is what I meant by shaving on 1s. Yeah, they're definitely going to have, like, Engineers and, like, get out of there. Get. Are you making a bunch of noise over there?
Yes. I'm setting up my own computer. Are you winning?
Yeah, we're up a game. It's a good matchup. Don't think... As good as Sword of Fire and Ice was there, I usually don't like it in favor of the other 3 equipment. It's sometimes okay. You get Thought Seized a lot. It's like Stoneforges aren't the most reliable, so like having this 4th equipment can be nice. We could potentially like, cut an extra 1 toughness creature instead of the sword. Probably just be like cutting all my Thalias. Potentially even board... If I have 1 Prelate, do I want another Prelate? A lot of decisions to be had here. I think this is fine. I think it's good. A lot of powerful cards here. A little bit land light if we like get our Vile Thought seized and mana to not wastelanded or whatever, but like every hand loses to something, right? pass the turn. Dang, that never works. This is what we probably didn't want to see. They might, like, take the plow and daze the vial, stuff like that. We also could just, like, draw some lands, you know? Having the mom and the vial is nice, too, because, like, if they take one of the ones, we just get to deploy the other one. Yeah, this hand is just, like, mono good cards. Also, yes, it is 7 cards.
What did she do?
She jumped off the... Apologies to chat.
Oh, she
Headphone
smacked
warning.
the chair to the wall.
Yeah. Because she jumped off of it and pushed it back behind her.
She's sitting down now.
Really wish you wouldn't be so fucking loud. You horrible goblin.
That's not the goblin.
She is a goblin. Is that the rain? Oh,
yeah,
jeez.
it's coming down.
I almost just want to port this underground and see. Is that wrong? Probably not. Kind of into it. Especially we have double port in hand. It'd be a lot nicer if we had an Aether Pile in play, but... We have a ton of lands. I'm into it. No land. Go. Well, I'll take this. Take a reset to last turn here. This is Gurmag time. This feels like Gurmag time. Just cantrips, sure. I'm not super keen on even playing this Spirit into like their 3-mana turn. Just really bad against Plague Engineer. But do I want to keep porting against someone who like pondered no shuffled? I don't think so. It's just so bad against Plague Engineer. Less bad against Liliana because we have the Skyclave follow-up. Whereas I really am not excited to Skyclave Plague Engineer. Much more excited to Skyclave the Liliana. We could potentially just try to like double port them, but I'm not super keen on that. Against like the Ponder no shuffle feels like really miserable. Yeah, it's true. Our hand is super reactive, so we can't wait until like they do stuff. And then start firing off some of our spells, like if they play their Gurmag Angler or whatever. Or like Death Shadow or something like that. Our hand is super reactive. I guess I could actually miss their land drop. Ponder no shuffle, miss land drop. Is interesting in the face of me Rashad and porting them out of this game. Let the Delver Trigger resolve first. Fatal Push is a good card to know about. Next turn, if we want, we can plow the Delver and still double port. I'd rather save the plow for like a Gurmag though. Skyclaves only make 1/1s and can't answer Gurmags, but then I only get to port once. We could just Skyclave single port here while the shields are down, like they can't push it without like a activator. Whereas if they have like Black Up, wouldn't work as well. They would have fired off Brainstorm if they had one. They could have extra Ponders that have been locked out, but I think I am a fan of Skyclaving this turn. Sure, yeah. If they're 2-4ing themselves to answer this. Pitching Stifle, deal. The issue is that now they do get a push up. Not that it's a big deal, because they only get a 1/1 afterwards. Sure, Wasteland away, friend. You got it, boss. I've got more where that came from. So could just downgrade this, trade with the push, downgrade this to a 1/1, trade with the push and port them. I think that's fine. We have plenty of extra stuff afterwards. If we draw a land after that, we can, like, Skyclave port too. You want to plow the Delver? I guess the path makes plowing the Delver more enticing, certainly. I don't think giving them life is a big deal, but I understand the idea. Like, they obviously don't have a shadow, or they would have deployed something. But in 13's like an awkward point for them, obviously, because now they can't deploy a shadow, but I'd rather them be at, like... Yeah, the issue is that something's going to get fatal pushed, so I'm kind of keen on getting the Skyclave fatal pushed so that the Spirit can stick around. I mean, the Spirit gets bricked by a 1/1 token, kind of, yeah. But, like, I'd rather have the Spirit in play for the long game. But maybe I want to trade the Spirit for the fatal push so it doesn't get killed by, like, X1 hate. Keep the Skyclave around for, like, a Liliana, too. Okay, I've convinced myself of the other direction now. Gonna force all that.
What is this sound?
Sounds like the fish.
Oh, the fish toy?
Did you turn it on?
I turned it off.
Was it on? It wasn't on last night. Did you turn it on thinking that you were turning it off?
No, I definitely turned it off so it wouldn't run out of battery, and it's impossible for the cats to turn it on.
So we were bland here. No.
God damn it. Why is everyone in this house a monster?
I'm just playing the waiting game. If I play this Spirit, it just gets pushed, and I don't port them. So I don't really see a reason for me to do anything here. There's a Brainstorm. Turn 1, Thoughtseize 23. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, drawing Vial would be actually pretty chill. The old turn 9 Vial. Swords on Shadow and Gurmag is not as good as Swords on Delver and Path on the other. Yeah, that makes sense. I understand that logic. Making them gain life is, like, nice, but obviously when they, like, gain 7, it's also not as good for you. Because you're also trying to kill them. They have a big fish, just a Death Shadow. I think I'm going to Apparition this. Jesus. Mono mana denial, huh?
Oh, it's off. I have no idea. Lily, sit. Sit.
It doesn't really matter which one I Wasteland. They can't push the Skyclave currently, so I finally have something that I can attack with. Oh, Snuff Out for a 1/1, sure. That's fine. Alesha 107, thanks for the follow. They valued the extra cards. That makes sense. They want a better Brainstorm, so they can... How'd you in that game when I wasn't paying attention? They didn't... When I equipped my Flickerwisp with the sword, they didn't attack, and then I top deck Source of Plowshares. Falconog, thanks for the Prime Gaming subscription. Appreciate your support. Alright, so now we can play a Spirit, get it pushed. We have a second Spirit. Don't want to play both Spirits in the same turn, obviously, because they could, like, just fuck me up with Plague Engineer. Not pushing there. Interesting choice. I'll let them go to draw step if they want, right? They just Brainstormed. You can have that card back, I guess. Jeez, 5-0. It's a pretty sick run. Yeah, this was to be expected. Guess their cards were good that they Brainstormed. This push is gone. life. It's another shadow. Shadow time. We have a path for the shadow, which is nice. That's just Gurmag. I mean, I'm X and 2. JPA and D'Amato are not, so... Thalia is actually interesting. Path Gurmag Thalia port. It attacks through this illusion way better than Spirit does. Who's JPA? Jonathan something Angelou. He's a really good, probably one of the best legacy players in the world, I would posit. Yeah, sneak and show master. All around nuts legacy player. He's the reason you respect show and tell. Hey, we won. Nice. It's a good matchup, certainly. German player. I didn't actually know that. I never knew where he's from. I knew he was in the EU somewhere. Didn't actually know where. Which creature do you want to tie to the Plague Engineer? Oh, I mean, we have the port, too, right? So we're trying to deny them that 3-mana flashpoint. Also, Thalia means that if they have, like, land, they can't Lily it. You know when stuff needs to be banned at Legacy when JPA stops playing Sneak and Show. Yeah, exactly. He was, like, playing with Rogue Delver and stuff during the Oko meta. Glad to see he's back on top, fucking 5-0. Just annihilating people. Jesus, dude. The guy's just an absolute monster. D'Amato, too, though. Fucking also 5-0 after top 8ing last Sunday.
Oh, no.
I wish I could go 10-0 last weekend and be 5-0 again. I mean, you were like most of that, right? You were like, what, 6-1 into top 8? Into like 5-0 again? Like, that's still like batshit insane. Sometimes I hear that Sneak and Show is particularly good in a meta after a shakeup like a ban. Is there truth in that, and why? A big thing is that after a big shakeup, no one really knows what their deck wants to be doing. So powerful, proactive strategies usually gain a lot in these metas. And Sneak and Show is like one of the most powerful and proactive combo decks. Specifically, the move from like Omni back to Sneak means it's like faster, more explosive with stuff like Sneak Attack, more fast mana, more soul lands and stuff. And less like durability and longevity versus like the control decks and stuff like Veil of Summer out of Blue Green Omni, because just like killing people is a very good strategy for the first couple of weeks as people decide what they're doing. 4-0 into 5-2, but 3 people. Oh yeah, you were the lone 5-2 in into the top 8 last time. I told you the combo players are just going to take challenges every Sunday until people get their deck building act together. Yeah, exactly. It's an easy read. Or JP and Daniel are just awesome with their decks. Yeah, I mean, JP is just a monster. Daniel's also a monster. But Daniel hasn't been playing the Legacy challenges, I don't think. That White Faces guy, what was his name? Callum? That guy's washed, though. Only won the first challenge, didn't do anything after that. I was talking about the other Daniel when I said Daniel's not playing in anything right now. I was thinking of Goatshul, who's also a monster, but hasn't really been playing Legacy since the bannings. I haven't seen. But Daniel D'Amato, also a monster. Gold Ducat would all... Yeah, exactly. These are people that I would look at the 5-0 list and be like, yeah, that makes sense. D'Amato, Gold Ducat, JPA.
What was that?
Slowly sliding the pillow along the ground. Oh, goodbye.
Is Cat in this room?
I don't think so. We only respect double challenge winners here. How we doing? Jeez, exactly 3. Are there only? Oh, there are gonna be 4 5-0s. Basuda still killing it. Join you in the next 2. Weren't you playing as Delver? You didn't mop the floor with them? It happens. Interested, maybe I should just try Basuda's deck some more. I thought it was really powerful. If he's playing the same list, I guess I'll take a look once deck lists get posted and stuff. I have to imagine he is. He's like a very seasoned mono red player, right? I think his deck is really good, and good against a lot of the combo decks. Not sure how I feel about the Delver matchup, specifically because, like, all your threats are incredibly boltable, is what I felt. So, like, you do just eat shit sometimes when you're, like, don't resolve your Chalice, and you just, like, play 3 things that get bolted. And obviously your Sneak and Show matchup's miserable, but, like, is Sneak and Show, like, the top dog, or is JPA just a monster constantly? Like, how worried do you have to be to play against Sneak and Show versus, like, other stuff? And you're pretty good against a lot of the other combo decks. Stuff like Doomsday or Storm with your Chalice 3-ball deck. Bob, Force of Figure, him, Lily, Oof, Plague Engineer, Stifle, Daze. That sounds like a fucking Pokemokey Delver build. Didn't he post a list that was like Bug Delver, but it was like he cut like 2 of the Delvers and it was just like a control deck with 2 Delvers in it? But also Stifle and Daze because he's Pokemokey. But Force of Vigor sounds a little bit ambitious in that list. I can't imagine you have that many green cards. Oh, Basuda lost. Rip. Oink Mage is the 4th 5-0. Delver's the best rules, but for other Delvers. Yeah, definitely not like Abrupt Decay or anything. Basic Forest and Uro Goyf. Yeah, that sounds definitely like more of a bug control deck than a Delver deck. Like bug mid-rangey stuff. But with Stifle and Daze because some people are just degenerates. Seems like you should not. Yeah, but I mean, fucking tell people to not play Stifle. It combos with Uro. Duh. You cast your Uro. You trigger it on the stack. You put in the land. Before you sack it, you stifle your Uro trigger. Boom. 6/6. It's called a combo. Someone should tell them that Uro combos with Uro. Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating to get got by like people that have like some total nonsense deck building choices sometimes. It's just like this probably shouldn't be working and probably won't be working for you as time goes on. But like, continue to get people, I guess. Like the time I played against the Bantlands deck and just got totally owned by like fucking Daze and Stifle. Joke's on me. Exploration plus Daze is called a combo. Yeah, but like the classic line is it's work. Sometimes you're winning despite your deck choices, not because of them. That's the classic line. Or I've been saying to a lot of people that have been building like the 5 color, like the people that like have been like casting Prophetic Prism in Legacy, it's just like maybe the other 50 cards in your deck are just like good enough, like you're just playing your like Ura Source of Plowshares Brainstorm Force deck that you're like winning some games and like for winning a league or whatever, but like Prophetic Prism isn't good. Just maybe you have enough good cards in your deck that you will be successful, but you should probably just play better cards. What was our opponent's deck this last match? Blue-Black Shadow. Just like how the other 58 cards in D&D are going to have to win with Aspirant. Well, I mean, if that were the case, then like people would have done something with Aspirant. But I believe it has like that one top 8 in that one event. And that's it.
How is it that it's been months and you still talk about that card?
Luna brought it up, but I also do have a channel point reward that I will talk shit about Luminarch Aspirant. That sometimes people redeem. It's already been redeemed twice today, I think. It's a 3. I think it has a 3 per stream limit.
Wow.
Yeah, I do get baited into talking shit about it for free too, though. Chat constantly baits me. So much regret. Yeah, that card has not really consistently done anything, weirdly enough. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about Death and Taxes. Not super exciting start to the day, but maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll be playing this. The showcase is next week, I believe. Click on this calendar. It is on the 7th. Yeah.
You should look right behind the bookcase. Just turn your head. Do you see her?
Yes. Funny how it's vintage. I mean, a lot of like weird bullshit cards are vintage playable when they're not legacy playable. Like you can play a lot of like weird stuff when you have 5 Mox and a Black Lotus in your deck. You just like play some like hate cards, and then you kill them with whatever scraps you have left. So some weird self-contained white Tarmogoyfi card is good enough. Showcase next weekend. Yeah, I got all your wins out of the way the past 2 weeks. Just like, all right, time to O2 drop the showcase. That's why I've been consistently 2-2ing at the start of all of these challenges. I've been trying to save up all my luck for next week. Yeah, collect my top 64 money back. Bid you adieu. How many players are in this challenge? 111. So it's going to be a really tight cut to top 8, because we're almost to that 8-round switch. So it's probably going to be like one person gets in on X and 2. It's definitely not going to be me because...
Are you making it?
No, I'm not top 8ing.
Well, that works for me. It is fun for me when you lose.
Wow, that's hurtful. This is why I don't win. I don't have my wife's support. She doesn't believe in me.
I don't believe wasting my entire Sunday. It's not that I don't believe in you.
Isn't there a luck reset every month? Man, I hope not. I've been saving up all my luck. Chat doesn't believe in me either. Jesus. It's potential for 2 extra. Yeah, I did see someone drop to 2-1. Maybe they had to go or something. Thought I saw them. Yeah, they dropped to 2-1. That coupled with 111, it's not quite to the 127 person switch. So there's a chance that like 2 X and 2s make it, but it's definitely like I'm gonna be like lower end of X2s with taking my losses super early like that. I have to like pray to win out and get top 16. Last time I did this, I lost rounds 2 and 3 and then made 18th. So I have to hope that my opponents do a little bit better and then win out. Oh wow, Yoshi went from 3 to 3-2. Rough day for the Death and Texas players. They're all in the 3-2 bracket now, right? Yoshiwada, Lunel, me. Someone else was in the D&T Discord asking about my current list because they were going to play in the challenge, but I don't know who it was or how they're doing.
Are any of your friends playing?
Yeah, Lunel.
I mean, any of your friends that I know.
Yeah, Lunel.
Okay. Is he winning?
No, he's also 3-2. You luck-sacked Yoshiwada? Rip. And then lost to whoever this person is, BJA. And players can't stay proud for too long, they top deck LEDs. That feels like test players, right? It's just like the deck is just like a pile of garbage and you draw LED and you kill them. Ant at least has like does things that don't involve Lion's Eye Diamond sometimes. Oh yeah, I love the Brainstorm bailouts. Your hand is like 2 lands, drop Brainstorm, cast Brainstorm, instantly win game. Or any game involving Massacre, always a luck sack. Keep opening hand with Massacre, still a luck sack. Ban Massacre. Test definitely 4 Black Lotus, 56 dealer cards. Yeah, exactly.
Too many animals in this room.
Yeah, all the animals are in this room now. 4 Massacre, 4 Engineers to get you. The one fucking time Micah counter-queued me while I was streaming. He played like black-red mono, anti-mono white cards, like 4 Massacre, 4 like Dystopia or whatever. That was so funny. I should go find whatever. I need to it's probably on YouTube somewhere. I just don't remember when it happened. That was truly so hilarious though. Almost as good as Elaine's Anti-Goblin deck was also really funny. 4 main deck Blue Elemental Blast, 4 main deck Hydroblast, a bunch of other counter spells, whales, chills. I'm not forgetting my cover's Mulligan to 2 Chalice against me. God, that one was funny. He won that game, right? He just mulls to 2, turn 1 Chalices you, and then just wins. So fucking good. Lily, don't sniff her butt. She's gonna stab you in the face if you do that.
Lily, go away. Lily, go away. Okay, fine. Go get it.
Oh god, why is she so loud?
Lily, sit. That's not sitting. Sit.
2 people left.
Bed, Lily. Sit on your bed.
Just went back over the deck list for a little bit.
She said no. I'm not throwing the ball.
I wonder if we could cut a path from this deck. It's just randomly nice to have versus Delver. It's definitely not for Delver, because I think with the addition of Skyclave, you have just a ton of removal already. But I like to max out on removal versus a lot of the other creature decks. Hey, Jubei Ninja, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. So it's like a kind of card that's like weird, coincidentally good versus Delver, I guess, but like you want removal spells versus the random other creature decks, neither Reliquaries, Merit Lages, Mirror Matches, or what have you. This potentially could make some changes. Maybe like shave some Graveyard Hate. Do I need 4 Graveyard Hate cards? Don't actually see a ton of graveyard stuff lately. I wonder if it's exploitable, or it's just like the graveyard decks aren't very good. if I could cut down to 3 Graveyard Hate pieces for more like spell-based combo cards, because it's just seeing a lot more spell-based combo. We also do have Container Priest, which is like an okay graveyard card. But mostly for like Sneak and Show and Elves and random green Sun Zenith decks too. Yeah. Yeah, lands being like not relying on their graveyard as much anymore, because like Valakut Exploration just like laughs at your Rest in Peace. Means that like maybe it is correct to just like start going down more on graveyard cards in favor of stuff to try to fight spell-based combo better. Or even just like other decks, like more control tools, something. How's Valakut Exploration? It's really good in lands. Yeah. The most annoying thing is that it's called Valakut Exploration, and Valakut and Exploration are cards that exist, so it's hard to shorthand it when I'm trying to talk about it, especially like typing it out. It's like, oh, my opponent went Exploration into Valakut. Nope. Opponent went Exploration. Nope. Opponent went Exploration into VE. Half the people don't know what that is. But yeah, Valakut Exploration is really good in lands. I'm more happy with it because it's one of those cards that, like, the complaints I had earlier is that, like, whenever Legacy gets a new toy, it just is the best in a blue shell. And just, like, cards that are powerful but are distinctly better in non-blue shells, I think are very healthy for Legacy, just based on how good blue always is. So stuff like Valakut Exploration or Skyclave Apparition existing is, I think, a lot better than continuing to get Renin 6s and Dreadhorde Arcanists and Lurises. While none of those are blue cards, they are blue cards. Any idea what Oink Mage or Cheffin are on? No idea. Yeah, I don't know who they've played. You probably check who they've played. Oh, we're starting in 2 minutes.
Is this your last one?
Oink Mage has played. You could ask Arkin or Into Play. I don't know if Arkin's streaming or something. Cheffin has played Wambo and Flying Whales, so you could ask Loomer Boy, Wambo, Stephanogs, if you can get in contact with any of them in the next, 2 minutes.
Is this your last round, or?
No, there are 2 more.
Okay. Wait, 2 more after this?
No,
2
this
including
we're going into round 6 of 7
Okay.
in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Okay. Good luck.
Is that only because I can't make top 8?
No comment.
Rip's been pretty decent in the matchups I've been getting lately. Yeah, the issue is, like, Rip is, like, randomly nice. Like in, like, random matchups, but, like, in the challenge metas, I haven't really been seeing as much stuff for Rip. But Rip is just, like, generally, like, a decent graveyard hate that kind of borders the line between decent against unfair, decent against fair graveyard decks. After 7 rounds, I always hope I'm not top 8. I just want it to be over. I don't know, I like top 8ing, and then I'm happy when I, like, lose in the quarters, because it's like, oh, cool, I top 8'd, that's awesome, but then I, like, don't have to stress or play anymore. It's either that or win. I hate getting, like, top 2 or top 4. It's top 8 or top 1. Oh, we're playing against Stephanogs. Stefano. think I'm keeping this. It's okay. It's medium to bad against like control, which I know he plays a lot of. Turn Mom on the play though is pretty powerful. Sometimes I guess in a world without Plague Engineer. Gonna go Mom, Recruiter, get engineered, cry a lot. If you just like, I guess we'll just wait and see, right? Probably go Mom Port anyway. Preordain. Interesting. I wonder if that means combo. Could easily mean. Alright, well, it means I'm going to cast the Spirited Labyrinth. Yeah, exactly. Savannah usually is like a big blue-white type of player. Could it just mean like extra cantrips for like Mentor Miracles or something? But I'm always suspicious of Preordains since Arcanist left. Okay, yeah, it's just combo or whatever. It's gonna be like Snapcaster Mage. I think I'm okay with that exchange. Also, we just have Plow It. Actually, just Plow It. Never mind. Could just port. I think I like porting more than I like recruiting this turn. I don't know what my opponent's plans are. Like they could like plow into Plow or something. Maybe I was supposed to play second Mom if my plan was port. But I don't like overcommitting too much into removal spells. Or not removal spells, wraths. It's harder for them to set up Terminus, notably, because obviously we have Spirit. Hey, don't jump up there. Don't, please, God, don't unplug my whole computer. She's on top of the power. Get out of there.
You just wanna put her on your lap? I hope the stream picked up that pathetic meow.
She did not turn off the computer, so that's good.
You should just grab her.
It's too late. She's under you now.
Where? Oh.
What do I want to do here? Rafa Sentinella? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So like I said, I don't know if I might have wanted to play the Mom last turn, actually. Assuming that this is like Miracles, it's really hard for them to answer multiple Moms, plus the Spirit to help facilitate not getting Terminus as easily.
No.
So maybe I just want to end up doing this turn. I definitely want to keep porting here. So maybe I do just want to play the Mom now. They have like Land Mentor. Oh, the Ponder to look at 3. Ponder is a decent one to cast into Spirit. They did shuffle instantly though, so Ponder's better because you could try to set up the Terminus without like losing a bunch of cards. Land is nice because now I can start deploying extra things into Terminus without feeling bad about it. Because I get to just go up on resources with a Recruiter.
Yep.
I might even just recruit a second Recruiter here, just to get more power into play. And like just stay in this holding pattern here. It's either that or like Stoneforge Mystic or something. There's a very good chance this Recruiter doesn't resolve, I suppose. Could get Flicker Wisp, but I want like the ability to rebuild post Wrath, because I feel like that's the way we're losing this game right now. So something like extra recruiter, so I could recruit up a Stoneforge or something. I mean, realistically, I think this recruiter just isn't going to resolve. Alright, well. I guess that worked out, huh? Could grab Prelate, actually. Double Mom Prelate on 6? Probably just gotta be game, right? And if we do, like, Blind Terminist here or something, then we can always put it on 1.
I'll think about it.
Reminds me of Teague, Prelate on 1 Maverick, yeah. Gonna Force the Will this. Ooh, Tropical Island. Well, you get to draw your card, I guess. Trying to draw towards, like, Force the Will, I guess. I think I just put this on 6, right? I don't really see a lot of other ways I lose this game other than getting Terminist. We literally just have, like, lethal in play, potentially. Like, I could literally plow this Coatl next turn. If they fetch, then they die, or I can attack with 1 Mom. We could get main deck Supreme Verdicted, yeah. I might actually port this Plains because of that. I don't think blue cards are really doing anything at this stage. And with less white sources, I can play a little bit more fast and loose with my Moms, trying to attack for lethal next turn. Like, if they're down white sources, it's easier to attack with a Mom for lethal or something. They're trying to hit land drops. It could have also been, like, the casting the Coatl there could, like, blind flip the Terminus there. Since I get to draw a card on my turn with it. Alright, they're dead. We did it. This just looks like Bant Miracles. I have to imagine the green is for, like, Uro, and that's probably about it. Yeah, that was a game. My opponent really didn't do a lot. They just, like, rolled over and died. But that's sometimes what happens against Miracles, especially when you have stuff like Mom into Spirit's Labyrinth, which is, like, really good. I can cut Revoker. Something to be cognizant of is Monastery Mentor, especially in post-board games. I've seen Monastery either main or sideboard in almost all of these blue-white-ish lists. And that, coupled with the fact that Uro probably exists, makes me kind of want to keep in most or all of my plows. Just kind of have to find 4 cuts. It's probably Jite. And also Plow can, like, attack the Ice Fang. You help you attack the Ice Fang Coil sometimes if you really need to. I'll cut, like, 1 more card. I mean, obviously I'm at 61, but don't know exactly what. It's probably either a Mom or a Sword. You say to me musing about sideboard decisions.
Maybe.
As good as Mom is there, I don't think it's traditionally at its best in this matchup. Maybe I'm leaving in too many sources of plowshares. Left after turn 1, what happened? Nothing. They died. We put Spirit of Labyrinth in play, and then my opponent cast basically no spells. Mom plus Spirit of the Labyrinth iced Miracles pretty badly. Oh, snap keep. 2 drops, Cataclysm, easy. No kidding, Wisp. I like Wisps, especially with Skyclaves in the deck. Skyclave is important to answer a lot of problematic permanents, Jace, Monastery Mentor, or stuff like that. Flickwisp being able to trade with illusions, and also just generally being like a decent value card still. Flickwisp was always fairly strong. Alright, chat, now watch closely. This is how an expert D&T player does it. We're going to draw the Aether Vial as our draw step on turn 1, because we don't have it in opening hand. Damn it. It was going to look so cool if that worked. Library. No Plowman. That means we did at least stifle 1 library trigger. Potentially Spirit into Prelate too, based on what happens here. Yeah, they don't have mana for a removal spell on my thing. I cannot attack here, because Icefang Quaddle would be very bad. I think I just want to Prelate on 1 and say go. I think Prelate on 1, locking out Plow on my Spirit to keep the library locked out is powerful. Not attacking. Never attacking into this. Absolutely fucking not, yeah. 100% chance of that Icefang Quaddle. Found the white source, but can't kill my thing. Is it weird that I almost want to, like, Council's Judgment this Icefang? It's gotta be wrong. We could just Cataclysm. Put them down to land plus Coatl. And we get to keep Spirit and Sanctum Prelate. Is that wrong? You like float mana and play a second Coatl, and then it's a little bit awkward. We don't have any. They keep the library. The library doesn't do anything. Might just be like get Stoneforge for sort of Feast and Famine and start attacking through here. I don't think we need to Cataclysm. I think we're good just kind of sitting on our hands for a little bit here. If I had, like, 1 more land in hand, I might have cast Cataclysm there. But the fact that we can't necessarily rebuild from here means that I'm a lot less interested in doing so. Or if we had, like, the Flagstones in play or something. Yeah, like, the Kata would be, like, maybe decent here, but there's no... I don't think we're under a lot of pressure to do it. It's unfortunate that we actually can't really, like, double spell this turn. It's a little bit awkward. The sort of Feast of Famine is going to be good, though. Unless they have a Shatter. Okay, that's fine. Just don't put in a land so I can attack freely. Oh, yeah. Mystic Sanctuary. The deal. So now I can attack freely with Sanctum Prelate and Spirit because they can't cast anything here, and this thing does not have Death Touch. These Sanctuaries. And then we can just cast Cataclysm after that, right? We just keep Spirit holding a sort of Feast of Famine and a Prelate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just Feast and Famine the Spirit, attack with Spirit, Prelate, cast Cataclysm post-combat, and they just fucking die. I think this game is obscenely over. They're gonna get me with a Force of Vigor plus green card in their hand. Fine, take my Spirit of the Labyrinth off the board. Just fucking own me. Time to give him the fucking business. Yeah, discard that Brainstorm. I'll keep this, I'll keep this, I'll keep this, I'll keep this. I'm done. Yeah, you can keep those, that's fine. Maybe I actually should have equipped the sword to the Prelate. There's a danger of potentially not being able to attack into this if they have another land for Shatter. They didn't put in the land off the Ur, they put in the Sanctuary, so... Nice, they don't have anything. Amazing. Discard the Force of Will. Oopsie. A little bit late on that one. Well, that doesn't shatter. I could actually disenchant. But then they could also just disenchant the Spirit of the Labyrinth specifically. Oh, nice. We drew a land, too. So they can, like, disenchant this, block the Spirit. They go to 6, activate their library again, but we have Stoneforge now, and the Prelate's still on 1. And if we don't attack with the Spirit, they can just disenchant the Spirit still. Unless their disenchant is that fucking... Maybe actually move the sword over to the Prelate and attack with just the Prelate. If it's Nature's Chant, they actually can't pop the Spirit, can they? If it's the fucking / green one, God, that would be glorious. I kind of don't want to attack with Spirit of the Labyrinth. I might be wrong in that assessment. Maybe I just want to hit them with Prelate and play Stoneforge Mystic. Maybe I'm just like playing scared in a matchup that I'm like 0% to lose. Yeah, I'm playing scared in a matchup that I'm 0% to lose. It's just Containment Priest. Well, they can get their ones back online. But they're going to 3. And they're discarding another card, and they can't draw. They're discarding their last card in hand for this trigger, which is the Plow. And we get to Stoneforge here. Grab Batterskull for more threats. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just end up attacking with the Prelate only. That would have actually been really bad. Alright, we did it. God, that was good. This was a fun one. Just fucking sent my opponent to the Shadow Realm in games 1 and 2. Yeah, Spirit of the Lab is brutal versus Miracles. Card is nasty. Kept a hand, I mean, pretty reasonably off the back of, like, how powerful Sylvan Library is in terms of, like, sculpting, smoothing out their mana base and stuff. But Spirit of the Lab just fucking kicked their teeth in. Discarding the Brainstorm, and then after the Cataclysm, discarding the Force, and then after they trade with the Prelate, discarding the Plow. It was really the... Spirit of the Lab, one of the best cards for Doomsday. Yeah, one of the reasons I still have it in the deck. I talked about it a lot about how good it was in the, like, Oko meta, because it also helped against, like, Astrolabe and Arcanist. But I still think that Spirit is also really powerful against a lot of the combo decks. Specifically Doomsday, but I think Doomsday is more or less a lost cause at this point. Which is why I've been, like, trimming cards that I've been, like, teching as, like, Doomsday cards. I trimmed the third Spirit for a Revoker to try to, like, plan for other matchups. But yeah, it's also a 3-1. Just, like, very notable. Just does punch your opponent in the face. Oh, yeah, record. We are now 3-2. D'Amato, did you win? You did not. What was Oink Mage on? Wait, those are on 6. We're 4-2. I haven't adjusted my record. Did I delete the 3 and type 3, or did I not adjust it for 2 rounds? I don't even know. Oh, Bugger Delver, yeah. I could see that one being a tough matchup. Just, like, discard plus force matchups in general. It's really rough, too, especially with, like, cards like Uro existing. Because I know Ant's plan versus a lot of decks like that was to, like, sit back and, like, play the super long control game, but just, like, you can never do that versus Uro. So, it's not quite like Arcanist levels of, like, one of the reasons that a lot of combo decks got pushed out is because letting your opponent untap with Arcanist means that you lost, so you had to go under them. But Uro, like, kind of has a similar effect. Obviously not nearly as powerful. Oh, yeah, and empty. I think I remember watching... Who was it? I think it was during the Legacy Double Dash event. I don't know which Storm player it was. But I watched... It was, like, 4-color control versus Ant, I think. And just watching, like, an empty for, like, 12 or something just get just dismantled by Uro. Just really gross. JPA is going to game 3 against Sheffen. How's JPA been, like, has he just been, like, annihilating all his opponents? I want to see if he's, like, 2-0'd everybody. Oh, he's actually played a lot of game 3s. 2-0'd his first 2 rounds, though. I need JPA to stay in his lane, and keep winning so you don't have to play him? Is that the plan? That's not an unreasonable plan, certainly. How's Lunel doing? Is he back yet? No, he's still playing. He probably would be in chat if he was. Cool Furia, I've known them to, like, play a lot of, like, weird bug piles. I wonder if he's playing against another weird bug pile. Fenris is 4-2. Yeah, keep up my breakers, friend. Into play. Oh, into play is an unwinnable matchup. Never mind. Into play. Rip. He got the one game and then just lost his game 3 there. Managed to steal a game off of Doomsday. That's big as mono green Cloud Post, but you're never winning that match. That matchup seems like actively unwinnable in terms of, like, lopsided legacy matchups. That might be one of the most lopsided I've seen. Is mono green 12 post versus Doomsday. Clearly he needs to splash blue so he can crop rotate for Ipnu Rivulet and mill Doomsday players. Who else did I play? There were a couple of people I knew that were in the X and 2 bracket. Post at least plays Mindbreak Trap. That's true, but, like, Mindbreak Trap's, like, not even that good versus Doomsday either. And when you're playing against Post, it's like, okay, time to play around exclusively Mindbreak Trap, and that's it because they don't have anything. Tell me the rest of my opponents. Are they scrubbing? Judan dropped after we played them. Yeah, that's the issue with, like, your breakers. When you take your losses early, a lot of your opponents will just drop immediately, and just so you really need to lean on the opponents you played previously. Yeah, exactly. Mindbreak Trap is not like that's the big issue, right? Is that there aren't a lot of good anti-Doomsday cards. They're all either too expensive or don't actually do what you want them to do. The best hate cards versus Doomsday are like Force of Will and a Clock. Everything else like sometimes buys you like a turn or two, which is sometimes helpful, but in general not great. Arkin's 501. Is Arkin streaming? Does anyone know? I guess I could just check. Go to twitch.tv and check how Arkin's doing if he's playing. I don't know, he's streaming. He just decided. Oh, he's doing coverage for an Octagon. I guess that's probably why he chose not to play. Arkin is streaming. What is he playing in this? He's playing Mono Red Eldrazi, but I think it looks like it's a donation deck between rounds. I just want to see his actual deck, though. Yeah, the best anti-Doomsday cards are Meddling Mage is a good one. Meddling Mage, Torpor Orb effects. My big issue with Torpor Orb effects is that like they're not actually good versus Oh, the king has been dethroned. Rip. They're not good versus Doomsday unless you're playing a deck that the Doomsday player wouldn't really anticipate you to have a lot of permanent-based hate. Because, like, if D&D puts their Hushbringer into play or whatever, then, like, the opponent casts their Doomsday, then they're like, okay, I guess I'll put a Massacre in this pile and wait an extra turn to kill you. He's on 4-color control. No red. Interesting. But yeah, and then you can sometimes, like, gotcha them with like, crop rotation into Ipnu Rivulet or Cephalid Coliseum or what have you. And obviously, Meddling Mage is a solid card. I really wish there was like a mono white Meddling Mage effect that isn't Nevermore. I get Doomsday with Mindbreak Trap relatively often. I feel like I never get Doomsday with Mindbreak Trap, but maybe I'll just like only play against the good Doomsday players. I feel like you could pretty easily like dunk on Doomsday players that are just like cantrip into Dark Red Doomsday for no reason when they don't need to. But obviously the pressures are different. If your opponent plays turn 1 Goblin Lackey, you're a lot more interested in cantrip into Dark Ritual Doomsday than if your opponent plays turn 1 like Aether Vial off of planes, you know. But as far as Mindbreak Trap goes, like people will board in Mindbreak Trap. It's like okay, but it's like never. It's not like I'm gonna tech 4 Doomsday. Time to bring up my Mindbreak Traps because you're like okay, this card is like the best I can do without playing like horribly narrow cards like Archive Trap. Like I guess 4 Thoughtseize Ronan will still lose to Doomsday. Yeah, I mean that's the other big issue is that like discard spells aren't super good against it because it's a 1-card combo deck, right? Like, it is good in the case of, like, you take the 1 card they can't combo, they need to find another iteration of that 1 card. But oftentimes, you can also Thoughtseize them and see their handful of, like, cantrips or whatever, and then they can still just, like, cast a bunch more cantrips and find their Doomsday and kill you or whatever. And they're so resource, whatever the opposite of resource intensive is in terms of, like, comboing you out. It's not like Ant or something where you can try to grind them down. Or even Sneak and Show where you can try to pick apart, like, their combos. Time to bust out Extract. Yeah, I mean, if we just need to print Extract for a Phyrexian mana. That'd be, like, fine, right? Yeah, none of the hate cards are, like, that good versus Doomsday. The way to beat Doomsday is put Forest Will in your deck and clock them. The second best way is don't put Force Will in your deck and still clock them. Because I think the clock is the most important thing. Because Doomsday, if you give Doomsday enough time, they can they can stack 5 cards that can beat a lot of bullshit. I think it would have been a lot more interesting if Opposition Agent was printed in a better color. White. But, even Opposition Agent, probably not that interesting. Specifically from, like, the Death Attack standpoint of, like, oh, your 3 mana spells probably aren't that super impactful. But it might have changed up some of the dynamics in terms of other colors getting hate cards that are good against it. Because, like, the black decks mostly aren't really playing Opposition Agent. Because most of them don't really want or need it. Yeah, definitely. The life total is absolutely the biggest bottleneck, which is why, like, the clock is so important. Clock is absolutely the number one most important. Probably more important than, like, having, like, Force of Will or like, easy interaction like that. Opposition Agent versus Doomsday is hilarious. It's even more hilarious when you Opposition Agent them, but they have the Oracle in their hand, so you just, like, exile their whole deck for them, and then they just kill you anyway. It's really funny. You can't even be mad about those. Alright, we got 4 matches left. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Feel free to continue to bemoan Doomsday in chat.
While you're gone, I will try and embarrass you.
I'm going to mute the mic.
I was joking. I'm not going to get up.
Alright, we're back. My best MTG screen is exactly Oracle after Doomsday Opposition Agent. It is really funny. Also, JPA fucking double queuing with in the limited PT queue, and he's 5-1 in Legacy and 4-2 in limited. fucking monster. I was just checking Twitter and JPA is just like double queuing easy. Nah, obviously he's a lot more. He's very humble. He's like finally like paid the price of like double queuing, had some blunders in both matches, and went to 4-2-5-1. Yes, just like easy flex on us immortals. Yeah, JPA is really nice. JPA wants me to hate, makes me want to hate on show and tell less for being a brave deck. Yeah, it's hard to poke fun at decks when their archetype leaders are just like super nice people. Unlike Ant, that fucking deck for scrubs. Is D'Amato still in chat? I don't even know.
How about DNT then? Do people make fun of you for DNT?
Yeah, people make fun of D&D every day. Have you ever been on seeing the numerous tweets about how bad Thalia is?
No, that was more like you said you feel bad making fun of an archetype if the main guy is
it's nice. Person. Oh no, I'm a terrible person. People hate me on Twitter. People would make fun of Death and Tags all the time and not feel bad about it because I'm not a nice person.
Lies.
It's amazing what Twitter what I exist as in like the magic sphere of Twitter versus like me in real life.
You are a soft
like
baby.
I don't even think I'm like that awful, but like Twitter me is a lot worse somehow. It's just like there are a lot more fucking shit eaters on Twitter that I just need to put them in their place, and then they get really mad about it, and then I look like a bad guy because I keep getting into the same scenarios. I don't even think I'm that awful.
Can I get that in writing?
It's literally in writing. Lackey just added it to the quote, the MTG quote list. I don't even know. Is there like a command to see all the quotes that you have? There are probably some quotes that I don't even remember any context for. It's probably like exclamation point quote list or something, right? Let's try it. Exclamation point quote list. Aha. mtgbot.tv/quotes/xjcloud. Wow, there are a lot more quotes than I would have thought. Oh, only 15.
Do I click this thing? I don't want to click this thing.
Click what? The link? Man, I don't even remember the context for some of these. One of the quotes is just a clip. That clip's probably dead.
I don't get most of these, but I do like I'm tired, Maxwell, get out of me. What is that?
I don't remember. That was 2 years ago I said that.
Oh, wow. I'm also tired of Maxwell. What's that? Is he in here? Did
no.
You hear me? God damn it.
My last opponent cast 6 abundant growths. Are you X and 3? No. Alright.
There's a lot of quotes about you killing people or saying you would kill someone for something.
Luna finding the deck building winner state. I mean, did you see the shit we played against? Do you not remember that Rug Painter Breacher Days Undoing deck? That was some real deck building. We should probably delete quote 7 because it's asking for White Reclamation Sage. Almost lost to Enchantress round, considered quitting Magic. Man, I played a donation league of Ant once, and I almost lost to Enchantress in like round 1 or 2 because I didn't hold down control for my Infernal Tutor or whatever, and Infernal Tutored for a second Ponder, but then I just cast Ponder and then found Lethal and killed them, which was really funny. But it was going to be super embarrassing if I lost to Enchantress. Yeah, I lost a game 1 of Maniac Solitary confinement. Yeah, that's exactly what fucking happened to me. And then I won game 2, and then game 3, I almost beefed it to Infernal Tutor. Really, the most ant way to win is to accidentally not hold priority on your Infernal Tutor and Infernal Tutor for another Ponder, and then just cantrip into the kill. That's like probably like the most ant way to kill people. Oh, there are 2 quotes that don't make any more sense. Because Stoneforge Mystic is unbanned, and we have a White Reclamation Sage, kind of.
Was yesterday Saturday?
Yes, because today is Sunday.
Okay.
One time I just tutored for a Piff with a Cajun plan. I conceded and dropped the league. Yeah, honestly, sometimes it's just your heart's not in it, and you're like, all right, let's move on. Maybe try again later. The day Skyclave Apparition came out on Moto, I queued up a Death and Taxes list with Skyclaves, and I clicked in round 1. My opponent goes land Heritage Druid. I conceded the match and dropped from the league and didn't play until the next day. Was not about that life. What deck list am I running? You can type exclamation point deck list or exclamation point deck if you want to see it. We can also just swap over here for a bit. Yes, these were all... Army added most of the I'll kill someone to do X quotes on the same day, if you see. Quotes 2 through 8 are all killing someone to get something that I wanted.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You proposed killing someone.
It's because Army added them all. Because it was literally while we were having a discussion of the things that I wanted in like various formats. Quote 9 was added 5 days later, which was also killing someone for something.
Amazing.
I'm a big fan of quote 12. We figured it out. I'm right. Chat's wrong.
Cool. So was this your last round?
Yeah.
The intake, how long do you think it's gonna be?
Half an hour or less.
Okay.
I don't remember the context of a lot of these. What is this just lethal? I have to like go back and watch like the YouTube videos dated on those days.
Don't do that.
What?
Watch your old videos. We have other stuff to watch.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it like right now. It would just be interesting to see the context of some of these quotes.
No, I didn't mean right now. I meant like ever. Nobody.
I constantly have stuff to do.
Inside the house, yes. Do you want me to get you more water though?
It's not gonna be cold, but no, but you can refill it.
Yeah, I can give you the other water bottle. I'll just take this.
The clipped quote still works. Isn't the clipped quote not even a quote? Isn't it just me being like dead silent trying to kill someone in like 20 seconds? It was amusing irony that clip is like is a quote, but I'd literally say nothing because it's me trying to like kill someone super fast. My favorite clip is probably the Goblin Chain Roller clip, though. We got some time. We could probably load that one up, right? Oh look, it's my stream. How do I find clips on here? I don't even fucking know where to. I haven't updated all of this shit in forever. I did donation decks back in the day. I need to go like this, right? Yeah, here we go. Clips. Are people making a bunch of clips? Random shit. The I Hate Modern clip is the best clip. That one is also very good.
Here, I got you more cold water.
Thank you.
I also got chocolate.
Yeah, my top 2 most viewed clips are the Goblins clip and the I Hate Modern clip. Easy to accidentally clip something. Oh yeah, that's fair. Hang on, let's turn on the audio so you guys can hear it. The desktop audio is on. Oh,
his whole career. Oh, you're about to end this our opponent's whole life. Please play another X. Oh, I gotta screenshot this. We have to. We have to. I don't even care if I time out. I'm screenshotting this.
Amazing.
What the fuck is that laugh?
Oh.
God, that was a good one. It's a classic. Clip's almost unwatchable due to poor audio quality. Is it? I can't hear it. I mean, I can hear it on my end, but maybe I can't hear it on your guys' end. Was the audio like too low? Actually, looks pretty decent though. Might turn up desktop audio though. The evil laugh is good. Oh, this is just a min joke. Okay. You can't make bad audio. You can't make bad audio. You can't make. Jesus. There's a bunch of echo of me saying, "Can't make bad audio jokes." Specifically for that reason, because as a streamer, you don't really know when your audio is bad necessarily. Oh, this one was good. When I fucking viled in the Spirit of Labyrinth on the brainstorm. This is me literally losing to Reed Duke as he casts Predict and names planes against me. I don't even remember what happened here. Best at Magic. I remember this clip. this is one me playing Storm. I play against Rich Shea. I like Moldafire and Thoughtseize him, and his hand is like Chalice, Trinisphere. Just like, I hate everything. The command is !point audio. Lackey. When you shift, I don't remember what this one is. Surely not. Oh yeah, we're playing as like the worst Maverick deck in the world. Some fun clips. Have to go through there sometime and like archive some of my favorites to make sure they don't get like erased by Twitch for some reason. Min was in here earlier and he did say that the audio is genuinely better now. Which I don't fucking know, but Min is an audiophile, so if he says it's better, I'll take his word for it. I got my mic arm. Everything's good. Hey, give me chocolate.
Chocolate?
Yeah, you're holding chocolate in your hand right there.
You can have some if you win.
This is abuse.
Is it?
You're live in front of 131 people.
And I will tell them you can have some chocolate if you win.
All right, chat.
It's my chocolate.
I bought it!
For me.
It sounds like incentive to me. Yeah, chat is very against me all the time. So chat will definitely absolutely side with you on this one. I really like watching D&D, but nothing will ever get me to play it. I'm like that about a lot of decks, too. Some decks are, like, really cool. I love watching, like, people play Ant. But, like, God, I could never fucking play that deck.
Wait, why am I crying? I don't get it.
Opponent is Joker. Oh, they're on depths. What is very likely to be depths. That's good for me. Not good enough to keep that hand, though. Alright, we'll keep this. I almost don't want to bottom the second Crocus, but I think it's just... maybe it's not correct. If we, like, know they're on depths, maybe it's keep double Crocus. It's really hard to successfully finagle yourself into a position where the second Crocus is good anyway. Because a lot of the times we'll, like, wasteland the Crocus and go off in, like, that same end step, specifically to play around, like, the second Crocus. But yeah, I think it's definitely correct to bottom the second Crocus here. Yeah. I agree for that exact reason. We could also, like, not be on depths, and then we just get owned, right? Yeah, exactly. There's a chance, like, I don't always trust Goldfish 100%, except when it's, like, a very, like, known quantity player. So it's, like, obviously the first hand was just unplayable, and, like, lo and behold, they're not on depths. They're on... This is more likely to be, yeah, Shadow than Doomsday, thank God, again. Wasteland or Port? Draw step. Come on, deck. Gimme. I'll take it. It's actually not the worst thing in the world. It's like kind of bad, actually. We just won't get thought seized. It'll be fine. This game goes well if we never get thought seized. This Delver's going to reveal thought seized, and I'm going to be very sad. Oh, nice. Doesn't reveal anything. We get hemmed. That'd be pretty bummer. Oh, well. At least we have one card advantage engine still in our hand. The Recruiter's really good. I mean, the Stoneforge is also still pretty good, so I'm kind of okay here regardless, yeah. I'll have 5 cards in hand. I wonder if I'm supposed to just cast GT. It's really bad against removal, but, like, all of my choices are bad against removal, right? Like, if I get Batter Skull, they just kill my Mystic and end step, and I'm sad. GT is good against this Delver that's in play right now. We can play it around a Daze, which is big. They could obviously, like, Force of Will my GTA or something. So, like, waiting plays around Force of Will better, but I have to imagine that they're planning on removal spelling me. It's a good pickup. So it might just be more correct to play into the Force of Will, considering that my Stoneforge is, like, very, very likely to get killed. They did not shuffle on their Ponder, notably. I think I like this play. Yeah, I wouldn't say happy if they're forcing GTA, but I would definitely accept it. Those plays are on Stifle, which I've seen in some of the Delver decks. I think if they had Stifle, they would not have fired off Ponder, though. Alright, Resolving's good. Don't really want to plow this Delver unless we get Thought Seized. Fuck. Because the GTA answers the Delver already. But if they fire off this Thought Seize, I will absolutely fire off this plow. Yeah, I mean, they could easily daze it, but, like, gets the daze out of their hand at least, you know? And that plow resolving isn't the biggest of deal because we have this GTA, but I'm feeling like it's not gonna work out. Yeah, dismembering. They also have Gurmag or Death Shadow. Fuck, that's really bad, huh? These are the games that you definitely lose to the Shadow when they just, like, Thoughtseize, Daze, Threat you. And then we draw land. Could be nice to have a Spirited Labyrinth there. Yeah, go ahead, wasteland me. Truly cannot care less. Don't think that cuts off any of my outs or anything. Do you have something to say?
Okay, I felt that. Do you want some chocolate?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Oh, second Death Shadow. So now let's top deck Swords to Plowshares. Yeah, Mold of 6 versus Thoughtseize, Threat is like how you easily lose these games sometimes. Alright, yeah. And we just draw like 5 lands. Sure.
Have some.
No, I'll have them when I win.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You can have some. You can have some as a little treat.
Do you think I'm gonna lose?
Then I'll give you as consolation chocolate. Do you want it?
No, I'll take it later.
Okay.
I have to win first. Put 6 of the day. Play flags, those make them, yeah. Play red Cataclysm in blue-black Delver. God, I remember when there was a point where Death Shadow had so much X1 hate, and like specifically Dread of Night, that like we were genuinely like boarding out X1s to board in Grizzly Bears just because they didn't die to all the fucking X1 hate that they had. And just like, oh, sometimes you can pair up a Container Priest with a Wisp for like removal spells in a pinch, but like you just need to fucking get one toughness things out of your deck. But now it's just like Plague Engineers and Liliana Last Hopes, which are a lot more beatable. And even like Dread Knight's a lot more beatable. And I think one of the reasons it kind of has fallen to the wayside is just like the addition of Apparition to the deck. I would bring like Gideon during like that, but now I'm not. I'd probably still bring Gideon against Blueback actually, but yeah, Kata is like pretty miserable against the deck of like big isolated threats. Anyway, I think I'm proceeding to submit here. I would love to play first. I almost kept this hand thinking either of these artifacts was a Aether Vial. I think this hand still keep just really weak to Wasteland. But I think stuff like Mom's Spirit and removal spells are powerful. Having double equipment kind of sucks ass, but could easily just eat shit to Wasteland and fucking die. But I don't think that's worth passing up. I also especially hate mulliganing against Thoughtseize decks. Oh, what the heck? I've never seen this push art. Where did this come from? Oh no, I have seen this. Where did we get this, though? Sick, we draw land. Skill game. I'm gonna play the port out to bait them into like wastelanding my Caracas, I think. I'm gonna play into Daze. We're pretty mana light too.
Pınar ne indirmeye çalışıyorsun?
Thoughtseize, alright. We got stuff.
Anladım.
Is this gonna be the mag? The big fish? I think I would cast Feast and Famine if that were the case. Assuming they take Plow. They might take Feast and Famine if they can't beat it. Death Shadow. Well, I'm going to continue the plan that I just said and hope that they don't have Plague Engineer next turn. Does that calculus change at all with this Wasteland? Oh, think it does. I think I really want to get this Feast and Famine online.
Good luck.
My Tep's opponent just cast Torpor. Here we are. What is 4 cards in hand? We could get seriously blown up by Plague Engineer or Liliana is an issue, though. So maybe I'm supposed to pull the trigger on, like, GTA instead? GTA helps me kill before they kill me anyway. Yeah, I actually do kind of like GTA more. I'm really scared of, like, Engineer Liliana because they just, like, it absolutely loses me the game. Six life, huh? Ratchet Bomb's gonna be too slow. Unless they don't attack, which they very well might not here. I think I'm going to play the Feast and Famine now. If we rip another land, we can double equip attack. If we don't, we can still like mom equip to the sword, equip the sword to it and stuff. I think it's better than trying to get the mom active right now. Yeah, not attacking means that they're planning on trying to get this Ratchet Bomb hiked up to 2 to beat me. Define days? God, I hope not. Fuck, that's bad. Find Flicker Wisp.
Ryan, did you play Dragon Age before?
No.
My friend's asking.
Nice ponder.
Yok
Probably should have waited a turn on this one, I imagine.
Ama bir ara oynamayı düşünüyoruz sanırım. Çünkü onun arkadaşları benim
They didn't shuffle
arkadaşlarım
notably.
bahsediyordu.
Plow?
Yok ben oynamadım.
Jesus
Ama ben Mass
Christ.
Effect oynamadım. Onu oynamış olması lazım.
So much damage. Fuck. We're just, like, dead, right? I just, like, never win now? That's frustrating. Like, finding the days on that turn into Ratchet Bomb, Double Death Shadow. It's my best odds of winning. Buying time to draw Swords of the Plowshares, which means equip GTA to Spirit attack. No, then they just don't block. Then we're super dead to these Death Shadows. So I have to play Mom, hope for no Shockland. Yeah, if they have Thoughtseize or Fetch or Shock, I just die. Hey, Ko Dominguez, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, I think my plan is exactly top deck, like don't die next turn and then top deck Swords of Plowshares. So just trying to figure out what the best way to not eat shit to that is. Greetings from Brazil. Good to see you. We're not in the tightest of spots. I guess we're in a very tight spot. We're not in the best of spots right now. Almost 100% to be dead here. So we equip attack. These things, they go to 1. These things become 12 12s. We can chump block 1 and gain life. Is that better for me? I think that's better for me because it means that I don't die to Fetch or Thoughtseize, right? If these are both 12 12s, I can chump block 1 and then gain life off the GTA. And then top deck the Plow. Okay, they do block, sure. This is just Fatal Push kill you. Yeah, of course it is. It's life we choose to live. Yeah, we weren't getting there anyway. It was a super slim outs. We could have potentially drawn Skyclave into Chump Block into like a second Skyclave or something too. Depending on exactly how much damage we took coming out of that turn. But just like... ugh. That Daze was just like the perfect break point. If our sort of Feast of Famine resolved, we were much more well set up to like at least try to stay alive, giving like pro black to the mom that following turn, or even just like connecting. Like they couldn't have gone that low for the second Death Shadow because we have this Spirit in play, so we could have gone land 4, double equip, attack, put them really low, untap my lands, play the mom, put the sword on it on defense, and then the Ratchet Bomb goes off on 2. But then we still have the mom holding a sword. That Daze was really brutal. Oh, them's the breaks.
Consolation Chapter?
It's a pretty good matchup, but sometimes you win bad matchups, sometimes you lose good matchups, certainly. Link Mage is at 7-0. Yeah, so we're definitely not going to... We're probably not even top 32, honestly. With our breakers. There are how many people that can 4-3? Jesus, like way too many to count. I should probably call the stream early. Just because I don't want to sit here for 20 minutes waiting for my results. I'll post on Twitter where I end up. I don't want the consolation chocolates right now. I'll get it in a second. I'm going to probably wrap up the stream. Just wondering where everyone else is. Yeah. Yeah, rough way to go about it, but like the blue black deck is definitely like one of the like it doesn't feel like the worst Delver matchup, but I think it's actually one of the better ones, but like the losses feel like just wildly out of your control. You generally don't lose those games on like super thin margins. They usually just like absolutely beat your face in with just like their like Thoughtseize, threat, kill you, whatever hands. That it doesn't feel like the other Delver decks do as much. So I don't know. The losses like maybe feel or look a little bit worse. Like we just kind of got like wonked for 2 straight games, right? But I think that matchup's really good. It's just like something you kind of have to justify in your own head. Alright, so we're going to wrap up the stream here today. See if anyone's going to continue to stream. Arkin has a shot of top 8ing, so we can go host Arkin unless someone else is streaming that I know. Lynn's streaming, but probably is done because I didn't think Lynn was doing too. Yeah, Lynn was not doing too hot. Into Play is not top 8ing. He's also streaming. Yeah, he's done too. So yeah, let's go host Arkin. Alright, anyway, thanks for coming and hanging out, guys. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream. 4-3 with Death and Taxes. Not the greatest, not the worst, but I've talked about it at length already of the meta and where I think everything's positioned, so I'm not going to try to like recap it too much here. But yeah, still investigating what exactly I want to do for the showcase next week. I don't know if I want to stream it or not. And I also
When
just
is it?
next Sunday.
You can stream it if you want.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a bigger event. So I've streamed showcase challenges in the past though.
Okay.
I think I top 8'd. I don't know if have I top 8'd the one? Yeah, I've streamed some of them that I've top 8'd, but I forget. Anyway, I'm getting off track here. We'll wrap it up. I'll see you guys all probably sometime next week as I figure out what deck I want to play and stuff. Thanks everybody for hanging out, and I'll see you guys later.